Good to go then. Thank you.
Senator Rafferty, we are live.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to the 130th Maine State Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I'm sitting in this morning as the chair of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Excuse me. We have some public hearings this morning, and we have 5 public hearings. Prior to doing those, I'd like to ask my committee members if they would be kind enough to take a moment and introduce themselves. I'll start with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Woodson, please.
Dave Woodson, District 33, York County.
Thank you. And I saw him once, but I think he's gone. Representative Crockett is, Representative Dodge.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jan Dodge. I represent House District 97, which is Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McRae. You're muted, sir.
Muted, yeah, that's okay. Am I back?
You're
Yes.
back.
Oh, amazing. Okay, I'm Dave McRae. I'm up at my home in Fort Fairfield in the central part of the county, Aroostook. And I'm representing District 148 in snowy Aroostook County. And I'm experimenting with my cell phone. So if I'm off and on, you'll understand, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Morning, I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. I just saw one of us disappeared. Representative Salisbury.
Morning, I am Sue Salisbury and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westport.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Heidi Sampson, representing the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which is located in Piscataquis County. And I'll apologize in advance if I have connectivity issues. We're struggling a little bit this morning with the internet.
Thank you. And hopefully you'll be able to hang with us. We also have this morning committee clerk, Eli Murphy. Eli will be navigating potentially anyone that's coming in as a guest or and help us in terms of getting folks in and out. Hillary Rizzler is our analyst. Hillary generally offers committee a tremendous amount of assistance in terms of information and keeping us with any questions that might arise. She's a great resource for us. They both do a great job in our committee. We have committee members that, as you've heard from a couple, may come and go or re-enter from other committees, as is we are all, for the most part, I think everyone's working from home, and committees are going on that we have to go in and testify for most likely a bill that we're sponsoring in another committee. But in any case, as folks enter, I will ask them for a chance. I'll give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. Again, this is public hearings. Eli, you have something I missed?
I will mention Representative Crockett is here. I just spoke with him. He is having some video issues, but he should be able to be heard via audio as well.
Okay, I'll give him in a moment. I'll call on him to introduce himself. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Senator. I wanted to mention that Representative Roach is with us as well.
Okay, thank you. So obviously I have some visual issues here myself in terms of seeing everyone that's involved. Representative Crockett, please, if you take a moment to introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for the technical difficulties this morning. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Thank you. And Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thought, because you knew we were going to beat you in football this year, you didn't want me to introduce myself, but good morning, everyone. This is Tim Roach, District 7 Wells.
Thank you for that. And if you've got some insight to that schedule, you better share it. Excuse me. In any case, folks, this morning we do have, as I mentioned, it's a public hearing. So essentially we're gathering some information, sharing that information, listening to different perspectives on that. But please keep in mind at all times that we are guests in one another's homes, and we would appreciate each and everyone keeping that in mind in terms of how we interact with one another. That said, our first public hearing I will open is on LD 176, which is an act to facilitate a grade 9 to 16 school project. I know that that is sponsored by Representative Stearns. I'll give him an opportunity to speak, but I know that the department is here and we will hear from them as well. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Senator Senator Rafferty. I'm sorry. I had Senator Daughtry written on it. I did a little cut and pasting, but Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and fellow members of the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Paul Stearns, and I represent House District 119 of Piscataquis County, and I'm pleased to present to you LD 176. The bill before you represents an important milestone in the work of school officials and planning committee members from 4 school systems in Penobscot and Piscataquis counties: MSAD 4, MSAD 41, MSAD 46, and MSAD 64. And I'll take a minute for the committee. MSAD 4 is in the Guilford area. 41 is in the Milo area, 46 in the Dexter area, and 64 in the East Corinth area. They've been working on the complex task of creating a 9 through 16 regional comprehensive high school that would meet the requirements and expectations of the State Board of Education outlined in 20A, Maine Revised Statute 15905, and Chapter 61. This private special legislation, while lengthy and detailed, merely puts in place the locally agreed upon governance and fiscal structures, as well as the local approval process should the project move forward. I will keep my testimony brief and defer to local school officials that are available to give more detail and to also answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your consideration of LD 176, a bill that may open the door to tremendous opportunities for many students and people in the heart of Maine. And if I could, I'll take just a moment that like many of the bills that we've seen during COVID, while it appears that these folks had a great deal of time to come forward with their, at this juncture in their planning process, it has been an enormous task for them to get as far along as they have. One of the pieces of this bill that you will hear from the department is that it may fall and overlap a bit with LD 1802, which this committee recently passed unanimously, and that allows the CSD format to be allowable in as a regional school structure. So one of the questions that we're going to have answered by the workshop next week will be, is this bill necessary or parts of it necessary, and how does it relate with 1802? So with that, I'll take any questions, but there are experts far more knowledgeable than me in the queue.
Thank you very much. Eli, do you have those folks? I'm sorry, I'm not seeing any names.
Yes, I can move them in the order of the registrations list if you would like. I also see Representative Millette has her hand up.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns, are you aware of any particular order that those folks wanted to present?
I am not aware of that. I do know that that Superintendent Jordan has really taken on the role of being the spokesman for the four superintendents. I do know that piece.
Thank you. So if we could, Eli, we'll start with him, and then I'll Representative Millette. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Representative Stearns answered my question, so I'm good.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. The wonderful world of technology.
We, it's a daily struggle for us. I know for me it is. But thank you for joining us.
Oh, you're welcome.
And Mr. Jordan, we're going to give you the floor.
Great, thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education. My name is Kevin Jordan. I'm the Superintendent of Schools in SAD 46, representing the towns of Dexter, Exeter, Garland, and Ripley. I'm here today to provide testimony in favor of LD 176, an act to facilitate a grade 9 to 16 school project. LD 176 would create a community school district CSD framework to allow this pilot project to continue. In recognition of your very busy schedules that we know you have and the limited amount of time, you will see at the end of my written testimony that it is signed by all four school superintendents that are represented in this legislation. I will be the spokesperson to save you folks a little bit of time today. Maine has a proud history of supporting integrated education, particularly with a comprehensive school model. From Mount Blue to Oxford Hills to most recently Sanford, Maine has nurtured integrative and innovative learning to blend the traditional high school academic curriculum with the pathways offered by career and technical education. It is with keeping that history and foresight in mind that I hope you support this legislation, as it'll further Maine's innovation in integration and academic of career and technical education. The school districts, as Representative Stearns mentioned, SAD 4, SAD 41, SAD 46, and RSU 64, as well as the Tri-County Technical Center, have been working to create a new integrated regional high school. The school would be unique in that it will create authentic and relevant real-world learning experiences and pathways for all students through career-oriented clusters and pathways based on emerging labor market data that blend the traditional high school academics and skills learned in career and technical education. It would also provide affordable post-secondary certifications and degrees for all students and community members in a region of the state where access to such certifications and degrees can be challenging to obtain. It would also increase local community business and industry partnerships to help solve real-world challenges through apprenticeships, internships, and problem-based learning opportunities. It would establish a pipeline of highly skilled, career-ready employees to fill the needs of our local and regional industry partners, and it would establish a pipeline of highly skilled, college-ready students. The Regional Comprehensive High School would be a fully integrated learning environment that would provide a one-campus design for all students and community members. The facility and program would provide a school-to-career and/or school-to-college pipeline through the previously mentioned apprenticeships, internships, along with early college and dual enrollment opportunities for all students. Industry and higher education partners have enthusiastically agreed to commit to supplying on-site instruction, materials, resources, and more to us. This legislation would open the door for these 4 districts to collaborate, consolidate, and create a new and innovative comprehensive high school facility. I would urge you to support innovation, collaboration, and authentic learning in Maine and vote ought to pass on LD 176. And that is respectfully submitted along with me, Kelly McFadden, who is the superintendent of schools in SAD 4, Michael Wright, who is superintendent of schools in SAD 41, and Rhonda Sperry, who is superintendent of school in RSU 64. We would thank you for your time. And I would also urge you, if you would like more information, at the bottom of the written testimony, there is a link, which is an access to our website where you can get much more information on the great work that this committee has been doing over the past year. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We do have a couple of questions.
Sure.
I see Representative Sampson and Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for being here. This sounds very interesting. My question for you is, so I'm down in Southern Maine, so I'm pretty familiar. I was actually on the State Board of Ed when the Sanford project went into place. So my question to you is maybe if you could explain your vision on pathways. I'm specifically curious about students selecting as opposed to being assessed and put into pathways. If you could speak to that, and if you know what the Sanford district did, is there, could you highlight some of the differences?
Yeah, we're certainly promoting multiple pathways, student choice, student voice. Our school and our facility, based on the work we have done so far, would be more closely modeled with the Massachusetts model, where students would be exposed to, all students would be exposed to career and technical education, as well as the more traditional academics. And students would have an exploratory year as freshmen, and then be able to kind of set their pathway, set their goals, and we would help them determine through basically a one-on-one student learning plan to help them navigate through the rest of their career, to make sure that we're taking their needs into effect. So it would also, the other similarity with the Massachusetts model is there would be a lot of crossover between the regular academic classrooms or traditional academic classrooms and the career and tech ed classrooms, in that in many opportunities, children would have to learn theory in the classroom and then go into the career and tech ed classrooms and put that theory into practice in a real hands-on manner. Whether it be things as part of the curriculum or whether it be meeting with local industry, local businesses, to maybe address some needs that they may have in the community that we might be able to fill, whether it's through some engineering or some technical aspects that we can learn in the classroom and apply in a hands-on setting in the career and tech ed area.
Interesting. Thank you. So could you tell me what, there's several different types of programs in Massachusetts. Which school in particular are you following as a model?
We have visited multiple comprehensive high schools in Massachusetts, Worcester Tech. We have visited Blackstone Valley, and we have visited Southeastern Tech to review their programs.
So are you following a particular model or picking it, picking parts that you like from each?
What we're doing is picking parts that we like from each. We've had multiple school board members, teachers, community members go on these visits with us. So we've had a great opportunity to see the wonderful things that each district is doing. And they're all similar, but they all have their slight differences. But so it's based on that comprehensive model, but we're we're kind of stealing all the great aspects we've seen in our visits.
Very interesting. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I had an additional question from Representative McCray, please.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I spent most of my fairly lengthy career teaching traditional high school. So I think I've got a pretty good grasp of this, but would you expand a little bit on the not the 9 to 12 part, but the 13 to 16 part of this proposal? And I do have a couple of follow-up questions.
Sure. Thank you for the question. We're looking to support members of our community who, through whatever reason, have challenges in getting to opportunities for post-secondary certifications, post-secondary education. We want to be offering those opportunities on campus in a one-campus setting so that a student could move through our system and end up with an associate's degree or some sort of certification, professional certification, without having to leave our area. We're a little bit remote, like many of you folks, and sometimes an hour and a half car ride to a university or something like that, because of jobs, because of childcare and things like that, are challenging. So we're trying to bring that 13 through 16 opportunity a little closer to home. We have established relationships in our application with the University of Maine system and the Maine Community College system, who have agreed to have on-site courses and on-site offices in our facility. So it's about supporting certainly our students that come through our school system, but also other members of the community, making access for them to post-secondary opportunities as easy as possible.
Thank you very much. Kind of makes me want to pull up roots and move to the area. Anyway, if I may, Mr. Chair, I've got a couple others. I'll hit one, and if you want to push pause on me, I can come back later. One of the things, we had one of these proposals that was all set to go up in northern Maine. And because of the distances and trouble deciding who's going to have the school placed in their district, it just, I feared that this was going to be destined to failure way back in the beginning, and they got a long ways down the road and then had to pull the plug. So my first question, or this question, is distance wise. First of all, is there a likely site out of those 4 districts, or is that yet to be determined?
There's a lot of thoughts and ideas, but that's yet to be determined.
Okay.
We're checking off we're expected to follow the major school construction timeline from the Department of Education. We understand there's some really challenging pieces coming, and you're absolutely right. Site selection is very challenging. When we built a new school here in my school district, the site was a little bit challenging within our own district. So we certainly understand your question, and we have had multiple conversations with the great folks up in Aroostook County who worked through this project first and have been very open with us on what their challenges were and what they think they could have done differently going forward. So I would agree with you. We have many challenges to go, but it's an exciting road.
So just to follow up to the very same question. So let's suppose you chose a site that was on the extreme outer limits. How far would the students from the other extreme have to travel to get to school? How big is the district, I guess?
We're guessing about 45 minutes to an hour, which is something we have talked about. Anytime you're talking about length of bus rides, it's certainly a concern. What I would remind you folks of is these are high school students. This is just a grade 9 through 12 facility. And 3 of the 4 districts send their students already all the way across this area to a regional comprehensive technical school or tech center. So a significant amount of these kids are already traveling these distances now.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I have a yes or no question if I can proceed.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Jordan, thank you very much. I find you and the questions that Representative Sampson asked to be very enlightening. Are you currently on the school funding list at a particular spot for this
Yes.
project?
We're approved.
Okay.
We've been approved.
Yep. Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Jordan, I was wondering, talking again about the 13 through 16 program, what do you see the relationship between that and the community college system? Would there be, I'm assuming there would have to be some kind of a relationship, or how would that tie together?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. In our application process for this, we solidified all of those relationships with the community college system and with the university system in Maine. We haven't done a memorandum of understanding yet or something to that effect, but they are very excited to be on board with us. And I've actually gotten some emails in the last few weeks, keep us updated. If this all goes through, we need to start to put this all together. So yes, we have found both the community college system and the University of Maine system very cooperative in wanting to work with us.
Great, thank you for that.
Thank you. Any additional questions, folks, of Mr. Jordan at this time? I do see. Excuse me. I do see some other folks on my screen. I'm not, Mr. O'Neill and Mr. Stockmeyer. Mr. Stockmeyer, do you have some comments for us at this time?
Morning, I'm Bill Stockmeyer. I work at Drummond Woodsum, and I've been I drafted the LD on behalf of the 4 school districts involved, and I'm just here to answer any technical questions. It's already been stated that this has been a long road and there's been quite a lot of work, actually with not much time to draft the bill. And unfortunately, that means that we've not yet really been able to sit down with the Department of Education. We are starting to get questions, so we plan to do that quickly and maybe address those later in the process unless there are any technical questions now.
I'm not seeing any hands up at this time, so thank you very much. And Mr. O'Neill, if you'd like an opportunity, please, to take the floor.
Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Cultural Education and Cultural Committee. Good morning. My name is Patrick O'Neill. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Schools and MSAD 46, AOS 94, serving the towns of Dexter, Exeter, Garland, and Ripley. One of the several hats that I've worn in my 50 years in education was to run a 914 comprehensive high school in southeastern Massachusetts. It was called Southeastern Regional Technical School, and it served grades 9 through 14. I also served as a director of a couple of centers in Maine and the region in Bangor, Region 4. In those years of working with CTE concepts, I've seen that academics and CTE integrations can work effectively for students deciding on higher education or going into the world of work. The intention of this program that we're proposing is to bring applicable context and relevance to the school's environment. This process is less about courses, more about skills and content, leading to specifically defined pathways or opportunities. Those students choosing further education after grade 12 will have accumulated college credits towards their junior college or university pathway. Others graduating from the 12th grade will be choosing a workforce entry level and will be accumulating credits as well, and also national industry certifications. The campus design is to have higher education after our courses, and there'll also be certificate training, but not only for the students, but for the community and for members of a partnership in industry and business. All students going through the high school comprehensive program will be workforce ready with whatever field that they major in. In other words, the soft and hard trades, advanced certificates, for example, in industries like automotive, AES in particular, electrical, plumbing, computer programming, computer science, CAD certificates upon graduation. This educational and training facility for Central Maine students will provide college and civic readiness, integrate curriculum, instruction, and assessment in a safe and secure climate. Further, the design is explicit as it programs the integration across industry partners, higher education, secondary education, and career and technical education. The state-of-the-art facility gives Central Maine and its community partners, the school districts, and our students a wonderful opportunity to grow and to prosper. And most importantly, it gives the students a leg up to learn and prosper in a highly complex and constantly changing global economy. I ask the members of the committee to support this innovative I ask the members of this community, getting all flustered. I ask the members to support this innovative collaborative to enhance authentic learning, provide pathways to further learning, and also career opportunities for both the students and the communities that we serve in Central Maine. I ask you to vote to pass when the time comes, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Any questions for Mr. O'Neill, folks, at this time? No, I'm not seeing any, sir. So thank you very much for taking time to be here. Good luck with this as we move forward. Eli, is there any other?
Senator Rafferty, we also have Holly Bear from Maine Principals Association, who's in the panelist list to speak.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm wonderful, thank you. First, before I just want to state that when we provided the testimony, we provided it neither for nor against. So I didn't know if there were other people who were going to be speaking in favor or if you wanted me to go ahead.
I'll let Eli answer that one. I can't see.
You are all set to go, Ms. Blair.
Okay, perfect. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Blair, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Principal Association's Professional Division, representing more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. And I also want to say, before I get on to the rest of my testimony, that when the Legislative Committee met, we based it off of the LD that we had, which was a concept bill. So we did not fully understand what was behind the bill, what this bill was intending. So that being said, I'm going to go off script, just to state that we are still neither for nor against, and this is why. First of all, we fully support Superintendent Jordan and Assistant Superintendent O'Neill's testimony. The rationale that they gave for the importance of this project is important, and it's going to be very meaningful to those students who can access those that opportunity. I think that is absolutely wonderful. A concern that was raised earlier is a concern that we did share as well, which is the general proximity of the schools, how far the students would have to travel to be able to access this opportunity. And for that reason alone, and again, not knowing the full intent behind the original, that is why we are voting neither for nor against LD 176. Be happy to answer any questions, but I'd have to go back to my legislative committee for more responses, I'm sure.
Well, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your being here and understand with a concept draft, it is difficult to work with, but I'm glad you were here to get some firsthand information and knowledge from.
Absolutely, thank you.
Any questions, folks, of Dr. Blair, just in case? Seeing none, again, thank you for taking the time to be here. Have a good day.
Thank you.
I finally was able to find my registrants, so I don't see anyone else on the list in terms of speakers in any direction. So Again, thank you folks for being with us this morning. Appreciate all the information you've provided, and good luck again as you move forward with this. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the work session, is it possible for us to have a clearer, perhaps, understanding of the employment situation as it currently exists, for example, in Dexter High School, and how this all might affect that? Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, folks? Okay, great. Then we'll close the work session on LD 176. And next that's a public hearing, not a work session, public hearing. My apologies. So that is closed at this time, and we will open our public hearing on LD 1931. Yes, Hillary, I know that you, thank you. Your hand reminded me, we're going to have a brief overview in terms of some direction for our next 4 hearings. So go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, Eli, if you could bring in JC Holmes from the department. So I mentioned this last week, but the chairs had asked, because we have so many major substantive rules from the department that we're hearing today, the chairs had asked that JC Holmes and I provide a very brief presentation for the committee about the rulemaking process. Because most of the rulemaking process comes from the executive branch, JC Holmes is here to give some background on how they go through their process from the start of the rulemaking until where you get to today. I will give a brief overview of, now that it's in front of the committee, what your responsibilities are. And then we'll move into the public hearings, excuse me, for today. And certainly that'll be opportunity, as always, to ask questions, to work through the bill in the normal course, and then we'll have work sessions scheduled probably for next week. So I will turn it over for now to JC Holmes, and I may be sharing my screen with some an infographic that she shared with me to help her in her presentation as well. But for now, I will turn it over to JC.
Good morning. My name is JC Holmes. I'm the Federal State Legislative Liaison for the Department of Education and also coordinate the rulemaking for the department. I would like Hillary to put up an infographic, please, which I can walk you through a visual of the Administrative and Procedures Act, or the APA rulemaking. So as this reflects, we certainly need to follow the Administrative Procedures Act after a proposed rule or rule change is drafted. There are clear steps that we have to follow, which I will walk you through. And there are 2 types of rules that we have: both routine technical, which follow one pathway, and major substantive, which follows one similar pathway and then another. So it starts with legislation passed or a rule opened there at the top. We sometimes then move off to that dotted line spot for conceptual discussions. A couple of years ago, we had a set of rules for school buses, which had 5 major sections and had a lot of detailed specs and things in them. And we decided that as we move to a rulemaking for that particular rule, that we would separate it into 5 different rules and consider taking all of the specific specs out of them. So we convened the advisory board of the school bus and safety group and had a discussion with them about that concept. And it turned out that at the same time, the state police were deciding to do a similar situation with their rules so that you can make the rules more durable and not have to open them up every time there is a change to some of the specs. So sometimes we do conceptual discussions. The rules that we're talking about today, we did not do any conceptual discussions. So we began rule drafting either by the department or the state board. Once those are drafted, we move into a notice of proposed changes, which needs to be made to the Secretary of State's office. Part of that is including paperwork or the APA forms that include Will there be a hearing? If so, how is that being handled? Where is it being handled? Certainly during the pandemic, we've done a lot of Zoom hearings. It also indicates what the comment period is, depending upon how involved a particular rule is. We try and give enough of a comment period to allow sufficient opportunity for any interested party to provide comment. The notice of the proposed rule is usually in the Secretary of State's advertisement in the regular papers, and we do priority notices on the same date to our wide group of people who are on the notice. So everyone is aware of when it's coming out, when its hearing is, what its comment deadline is. After we review all of the comments and write responses to all of them, if there is the need for some subtle rule changes, we make those rule changes. If, however, there are some that might be considered substantial, as was the case with Chapter 115, we went out for what's called a targeted rulemaking for just those specific areas with an additional 30-day comment period. If you follow the blue line on this infographic, that is for regular routine technical. Once they've been through the rulemaking and comment period, they are reviewed internally within the Commissioner's office and by the attorney, our Assistant Attorney General, Sarah Forster, for form and legality, both the rule itself and its comments and response document. Once that's completed, then we do a rule adoption. What Hillary can now walk you through, after I briefly describe on the red line, we have 6 routine major substantive rules that you have the APA forms, the rules themselves in legislative format and the comment and response document. Those documents need to be submitted to the Secretary of State's office, as well as the Legislative Council by the second Friday in January. We completed those submissions on January 12th. And in the case of what's submitted to Legislative Council, there's 20 copies so that there is sufficient for the Joint Committee of Jurisdiction. And I will let Hillary pick up from this point to describe the rest of the steps that you as a committee will take.
Sure. So as JC mentioned, there are 2 types of rules. One is the routine technical and one is the major substantive, and they are designated as such in statute. So when rulemaking occurs, it would follow either that blue path, as JC Holmes mentioned, or the red path if it's a major substantive rule. Since the rules in front of you are major substantive rules, I'm going to focus specifically on the role that the legislature plays in oversight of the final adoption of these rules. Once a rule has been submitted by the appropriate deadline, it is considered timely filed, and that triggers the printing of the resolves that you have in front of you today. 3 of those resolves are for 1 rule apiece, and 1 resolve, I think it's LD 135, actually is amending 3 different rule chapters, but with the same change in each 3 of those rule chapters. The resolve is essentially the legislative instrument by which the committee will be able to make recommendations on the final adoption of these major substantive rules. In many ways, it is just like any other LD, any other resolve that you have in front of you, where the committee will hold a public hearing, which you'll be doing today. It'll be scheduled for work session, which will hopefully be next week and could be more than 1 work session if needed. And the committee will ultimately vote on the resolve itself. The way resolves are really different from a normal rule is that the resolve itself does not itself amend the rule. The rulemaking process is an executive branch function. What the resolve is doing is either authorizing final adoption or directing the department to make changes to the rule as the committee feels is necessary. The APA provides certain criteria that the committee can use to review the rule itself. I can go over these things in a little bit more depth once we get to the work session, but the criteria includes things such as whether the rule has exceeded the scope of its statutory authority, whether it has been adopted and is in conformity with the legislative intent of the statute that it is intended to implement, whether it conflicts with any other provision or law or any other rule, whether it accomplished the objectives of the statute that was passed by the legislature, whether it's reasonable, whether it could be made less complex or more readily understandable for the general public. But as you read through the rule and as we go towards the work session, these are all things that you can think about, whether these rules are fitting under the statute that they are implementing, and whether you can read them, whether they make sense, and whether, of course, the general public could understand them as well. Ultimately, when the committee gets time to make its recommendation, there are a few different options for the committee. One of the things that is important to know is that because these rules were filed on time, there is a provision in the APA that if the legislature fails to act on the rule, that the department may finally adopt that rule. This has been interpreted to mean that if the committee votes ought not to pass on the resolve, that could be considered a failure to act, and the rule itself could go into effect and be finally adopted. When we get to the portion where the committee is interested in making these recommendations, I will absolutely explain this again because it is very counterintuitive. But essentially, the committee has a number of options on moving forward with the rule. One option would be to recommend just an ought to pass. Yes, the rule may be finally adopted as it has been presented to you. Another option may be that a part of the rule is authorized for final adoption, but perhaps a part of the rule is not authorized for final adoption. The committee could also recommend that the rule may only be adopted if certain changes are made. And the way that's done in the resolve, because you cannot actually amend the rule yourself, because as I mentioned, it is an executive branch function to do the rulemaking, the resolve simply explains in narrative, yes, this rule may be finally adopted, but only if the department makes this change to this section or this change to this section, et cetera, et cetera. And that's something that would be drafted in the resolve, and the department would need to then make those changes or they're not allowed to finally adopt the rule. The other option, and this is where it gets very counterintuitive, is if the committee feels that final adoption should not be authorized, then you could pass the resolve as amended, and the amendment would be that final adoption is not authorized. So it's very clear that the legislature is acting in not authorizing the bill. Again, I will go through all of that as we get to that point to make sure that your votes reflect your intent in terms of what you want to see happen in these rules. Obviously, the rules, as any other LD, will get reported out of committee and will go to the floor of the House and Senate, just like any other bill, where the full legislature will also vote. Then if the resolve gets finally passed, including if you're directing other changes to be made to the rule, the department then has 60 days within the effective date of the legislation approving the rule to finally adopt the rule. So the department would not need to go back and do additional major substantive rulemaking if you are authorizing certain changes. But I will let JC talk more about that final process, other than to say, I would note that when resolves are printed for rulemaking, they do include emergency preambles. And you, as legislators, you know that requires a 2/3 in the House and Senate when they're ultimately passed if you keep the emergency preamble on the rule.
Hillary, could you take the infographic down and put up the justifications, please? I have done a short one-page document, which I believe Hillary can send both the infographic and the document to you. Just an explanation as to why these major substantive rules were changed. So you have a background before you hear the testimony from my respective department colleagues. LD 1931 is Chapter 40, a rule for medication administration in Maine schools. This actually went before your committee during the pandemic and was not finalized. There had been statutory changes made to sunscreen and marijuana, and then last session, naloxone. And so we have made those sunscreen, marijuana, and naloxone changes and improved some practices for medication administration, particularly EpiPens. And Emily Poland, who's our school nurse consultant, will be doing that testimony this morning. LD 1932, chapter 132 is the learning results parameters for essential instruction. As some of you may recall, all of our learning results are reviewed on a rotating cycle. It's a 2-year process, which Beth Lambert will go into much more detail on, both in her testimony and I'm certain during her during the work sessions. The content areas that were reviewed over the past 2 years are health education and physical education, visual and performing arts, and world languages. And these standards have been reformatted into the new structure to allow consistency. So it's a repeal and replace. That's one of the heftier rules that you picked up when you were in session on the 25th. It's about 165 pages, I believe. LD 1933, chapter 115, the credentialing of education personnel is a state board regulation, has gone through consensus rulemaking, a review by the Professional Standards Board, followed by extensive review by the State Board's Certification and Higher Ed Committee. I think close to 60 meetings over the past 18 months. The intent was to enhance the rules to be clearer and allow greater flexibility. And then the last one that Hillary mentioned is LD 1935, which is for chapters 60, 61, and 125. 60 and 61 are state board rules. 125 is a joint rule between the Department of Education and the state board. LD 705 was enacted in the House last June and in the Senate in July. The resolve became law without the governor's signature, and the resolve stated that we would amend our rules to put very specific language requiring standards governing air quality and ventilation for all public schools, including schools with mechanical and non-mechanical ventilation systems, and would apply to all public schools and must apply no later than July of 2022 and no earlier, and no later than July 1st of 2026. What you have for that particular rule is the APA forms, because we put the very same sentence or two in all 3 of the rules to be very consistent as to what the intent was. And the Secretary of State's office said, rather than give the Joint Committee 3 more detailed rules to look through, one could just use the APA forms with the specific language which is contained in those forms. All 4 of these were submitted, as I said, on January 12th, before the January 14th deadline. You do have one more major substantive rule that will be coming to you, Chapter 33, which is on restraint and seclusion. After we completed our first rulemaking, there was significant comments in a number of the definition areas. And so when you have substantial comments that would lead to a substantial change, you go out for a targeted rulemaking, which we have done. And we are in the process of that as we speak. The comment will end on March 4th. We're hoping to answer those comments as they, and we'll file that as soon after the comment period as we possibly can and get that immediately to the committee. The council is aware that we have that in a second round of rulemaking, but we felt there were so many comments. I think we had over 175 comments on that particular rule in and of itself. And it was important to honor all of the comments that were provided and to modify those definitions. So we will be back with that particular rule in another month. I'd be happy to entertain any questions, but both the infographic and these explanations send to your email directly.
Yep, I will send those out to everybody. For the one potential last final rule, that will be a late file rule, and there's some slightly different process for the committee, but I think it probably makes sense to deal with that when we get that rule, because those provisions don't apply to this. The only other thing I'll mention, obviously you're going to get a lot more background today at the public hearings on the individual rules. Definitely if there's more questions either on process or on any of the individual processes on these rules, please don't hesitate to reach out and I'll work at getting that information for you, either if I have it or from the department. The last LD you're going to hear today, LD 1935, there was also, you received a memo regarding a defect in the APA procedure of the provisional adoption of that rule. That's a very unique situation, and we can talk more about that at the work session. I wasn't going to get into that in depth today, but we will have to talk about that at the work session on how the committee wants to move forward with that particular one.
Thank you. Any questions, folks, at this time? We appreciate JC and Hillary both. Thank you for walking us through that process. It's helpful. I do have a question from Representative McCray.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I thought I would try to catch JC before she leaves, or before I leave. I have another committee later on, and I may not be here to ask that question. I'm interested in looking, just if you can give me a little bit of background on the Chapter 61 under LD 1935, and how much, if you can give me a ballpark on how the State Board of Education, their role in major capital construction, how that might change things.
Well, certainly the Chapter 60 is the new school siting approval, and Chapter 61 is their rules for major capital school construction projects. So I think they will be looking to see if in those projects reference is made to the ASHRAE standards as they're going through their approval process. In state statute at the present time, according to Scott Brown, those are required to be followed. So having put this in the rule is just reinforcing what's already in another part of statute, but gives a time frame within which, because it's not only the new school construction, it now will apply to all school buildings between now and 2026.
Very good. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions, folks? Again, thank you for the information. I know there's a lot of technical stuff there, but it's very helpful. And we also know that you folks are great resources should we run into any problems understanding it or interpreting it. So thanks.
And I will be available for work sessions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In the meantime, then we have the hearings. There'll be 19, 31, 32, 33, and 35. So I will call the public hearing on LD 1931 open. And I don't have my, yes, Eli, I'm sorry.
I will mention her video is now off, but Senator Daughtry has joined us at some point over the past presentation.
Thank you very much. Representative Brennan, do you have a question before we get?
Just a comment, Senator Rafferty, that these are bills that are being presented by the department, and I'm not officially the sponsor of these 4 bills, but just provided the vehicle for them to be presented to the committee. So as you said, you're opening the public hearing on LD 1931, and I won't be officially presenting the bill as a sponsor, but just conveying the bill on behalf of the department.
Thank you very much for doing so. I do have a list of folks that were registered that would like to speak. And I have 4. They were all in favor. It was Eileen King, Emily Poland, Holly Blair, and Stephen Bailey. So, yes, Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will somebody from the department just briefly introduce the bill before we hear from supporters?
Is there?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you.
Hi, J.C. Holmes, Federal State Legislative Liaison. The rules are refined to address statutory revisions that were made 2 years ago and a year ago to include sunscreen, marijuana, and naloxone. And we have refined the rules to address that, as well as some further refinements around the usage of EpiPens and dealing with diabetes and school field trips and the administration of medications on those. It has gone out. We had a full hearing. We have received comments. We have done the summary of comments and responses, which is in your packet. And Emily Poland, I think, can speak to in more detail how she has refined that particular rule. It is a department rule.
Thank you very much. Any questions of JC before we make sense? It sounds like to go to Ms. Poland. I'm not seeing any questions, so if you could, Eli, bring in Ms. Poland, and then we have Eileen King, Holly Blair, and Stephen Bailey.
Sorry, my audio was just connecting. Did you pass it over to me?
We did, sorry, yes.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. This committee's been through a lot of that themselves, so we're very understanding.
All right. Well, good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Emily Poland, and I'm here today representing the department, speaking in support of LD 1931, a resolve regarding the legislative review of portions of Chapter 40, the rule for medication administration in Maine schools, a major substantive rule of the Department of Education. Emergency. This rule provides directions to public and private schools approved pursuant to 20A Maine Revised Statute, Section 2902, in the administration of medication to students during the students' attendance in school programs. The rule is to assist school administrative units in implementing the provision of medication statute that provides direction for training of unlicensed school personnel in the administration of medication. It also requires that students be allowed to carry and self-administer prescribed emergency medications, specifically asthma inhalers, epinephrine autoinjectors, or prescribed medications or devices for the management of diabetes with healthcare provider approval and school nurse assessment. It provides direction for application of sunscreen on students in school, as well as providing guidelines for schools who intend to make naloxone available for use in the case of suspected opioid overdose. As required by law, a period of public comment was open from October 26, 2021 through December 3rd, 2021, and 11 sets of written comments were submitted by that date, and there were 3 comments given orally during the public hearing, which was held on November 22nd, 2021. Following the comment period, all the comments were summarized, edits to the rule were made, and the rule was submitted to the Secretary of State for provisional adoption after Assistant Attorney General reviews for legality. This rule provides safety measures in schools for those students who require medication in order to attend school. In this way, it ensures opportunity for all children, regardless of their need for medication during the school day, to participate in learning within our Maine schools. For these reasons, the Department of Education is in support of LD 1931, a resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 40, Rule for Medication Administration in Maine Schools, a major substantive rule of the Department of Education. I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have, and I will be available for work sessions on this bill.
Thank you. Folks, any questions of Ms. Poland at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you for your being with us this morning and making those clarifications. Very helpful.
Sure thing.
Next up, I think we have I think I saw a message that Stephen Bailey was here. Eli, is Mr. Bailey in the audience? And
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Good
Thank you
morning.
very much. Nice to see all of you, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying this morning on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 1931. The rule does reflect legislation we supported as an association. Specifically, it's based on LD 772, an act to permit naloxone possession, prescription, administration, and distribution in public and private schools, which passed in the first session of the 130th legislature, and LD 441, an act to reduce childhood exposure to harmful ultraviolet radiation by allowing students to use sunscreen in schools, passed by the 129th legislature. Our association supported the naloxone legislation because we believe the opioid situation is out of control and was made worse by the pandemic. In testimony given during the rulemaking process, we said, one of the tragic side effects of the pandemic was the increase in opioid deaths in 2020 in Maine, with 502 fatal overdoses reported, a trend that continued into this new year. That lends urgency to this bill. We have no statistics on opioid overdoses in schools, but know we have addicted youth. The rural nature of our state also supports having emergency intervention on hand, since we cannot rely on responders getting there fast enough. The life-saving drug can be injected and also is available in spray form, commonly known as Narcan, which can be more easily administered. The bill that informed the language around sunscreen in this rule was sponsored by Senator Kathy Breen, who expressed the need succinctly on behalf of our students. The statistics surrounding use of sunscreen are hard to ignore. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, melanoma is responsible for the most deaths of all skin cancers, with nearly 9,000 people dying from it each year. It is also one of the most common types of cancer among U.S. adolescents and young adults. Although melanoma is largely preventable, only 11% of students use sunscreen regularly. It seems to me we should be doing all we can to encourage all people, especially young people, to protect themselves against dangerous ultraviolet rays. Both bills that informed Chapter 40 were passed to help save lives and keep students in our care safe. We urge the rule's passage. Thank you, and I would welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. I'm not seeing any hands up. So again, thank you for your being with us this morning and your testimony. Have a good day. We had two other folks. I'm not sure who's in the audience, but I believe Holly Blair and Eileen King I have on my list.
Senator, did you want me to go ahead?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Fantastic. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Blair, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Principal Association's Professional Division. The MPA represents more than 800 pre-K-12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. And my testimony is very short. Simply, the MPA Legislative Committee has provided testimony in the past in support of the work provided by the Department of Education in regard to the medication administration in Maine schools. Because of this and our ongoing work with the Department of Education, the MPA Legislative Committee unanimously supports this resolve and urges the committee to pass LD 1931. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, folks? Again, not saying any, thank you for coming back and for your testimony.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you being here. Have a good day. Any other testimony, Eli? That looks like it might finish it up.
I believe that is the list for 1931.
Thank you. So I will have, we'll bring the hearing on LD 1931 to a close at this time. And we will open a new hearing on LD 1932. And I'm not sure. Ms. Holmes, are you going to give us a briefing on that as well?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
This is a major substantive rule of the Department of Education. As I said a few moments ago, it is an amended rule, which is a culmination of a periodic review of 3 of the content areas of Maine's learning results: health education and physical education, visual and performing arts, and world language. It was posted in the papers on October 27th. There was a public hearing on November 22nd. The comment period ended on December 3rd. And Beth Lambert will be providing testimony on behalf of the department and can give you, in her testimony, much more detail about the review process that is undertaken with both the steering committee and a writers group. It's a very lengthy 2-year process. So I would like to have Beth go as the testifier next.
Thank you.
I see 2 Beth Lamberts in the attendees list. Could I have the one that is correct? Please raise your hand. Thank you.
Are you all set for me?
Yes. Good morning.
Okay, sorry. It's a little awkward coming over. Good morning. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Beth Lambert, the Director of Innovative Teaching and Learning, and I'm here today representing the department, speaking in support of LD 1932, resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 132, Learning Results, Parameters for Essential Instruction, a major substantive rule of the Department of Education emergency. Title 20A MRS, Section 6209, gives the department the authority to establish and implement a comprehensive statewide system of learning results. These standards serve as guideposts that define what knowledge and skills students must achieve to be prepared for school, work, and life after high school graduation. Standards are set clear and measurable goals. A common misunderstanding surrounding standards is the perception that standards serve as the curriculum or course of study in a particular subject. Rather, standards inform educators about what the outcomes of a course of study should be. Section 6209, subsection 4, requires the department to conduct a review of the standards on a 5-year cycle to ensure that these outcomes remain relevant and based on best practice. LD 1932 is the 3rd wave of reviews in the 5-year cycle and proposes revisions to the health and physical education, visual and performing arts, and world language standards. The main learning results were last reviewed in their entirety in 2007. In preparation for this revision, the department redesigned the format of the main learning results to create consistency across all content areas and create a common format unique to Maine. This common format is designed to make it easier for educators to interpret standards as they shift from one content area to another. This new structure divides each content area's standards into 3 stages of development: childhood, pre-adolescence, and adolescence, and further identifies associated grade levels: elementary, middle, and high school. Standardized language has been used to ensure consistency across content areas. These descriptors and their corresponding definitions are strand, a body of knowledge in a content area identified by a simple title; standard, enduring understanding and skills that students can apply and transfer to contexts that are new to the student; and performance expectation, building blocks to the standard and measurable articulations of what the student understands and can do. The standards revision process for health and physical education, visual and performing arts, and world language that began in the fall of 2019 is a thorough process with multiple opportunities for stakeholder voice. The process started with a public comment period on the existing standards. These comments informed the work of the steering committee made up of administrators, higher education faculty, and leaders in their fields from regions across the state who collaborated to determine the elements and standards to be revised. Writing teams comprised of retired and practicing Maine educators used the steering committee's determinations to inform their work in drafting the revised standards. All educators in the field of health and physical education, visual and performing arts, and world language were invited to participate on the writing teams, and every educator who expressed an interest in participating, 70 in total, were included in the work. Once the writing team completed the draft, the revised standards were once again opened for public comment. The department has attached the 13-step process to this testimony. The proposed health and physical education standards have been revised to identify health education as a strand and physical education as a strand to better delineate the unique standards and performance expectations in each. For the health education strand, the proposed draft is closely aligned to the National Health Education Standards and includes minor adjustments to wording for clarification and combining or eliminating of some language to be more clear, concise, and appropriate for the age level or age span. In addition, content topics and examples were removed from the performance expectations because the committee felt they were limiting the content by implying those were the only topics to be addressed. In the physical education strand, several standards were renamed and restructured and the performance expectations rewarded to better meet the needs of the Maine educators. The proposed visual and performing arts standards have been adapted from the National Core Arts Standards, while still including those items that Maine educators felt are specific to their work with Maine students. The first of two significant changes to the document is the addition of media arts standards. Media arts is a rapidly developing field in the creative economy that includes audio, video, digital design, and mixed media creations. The second change is the realignment of strands that separate each arts discipline into its own collection of unique standards and performance expectations. Previously, 3 of the 5 art standards were universal across all arts disciplines, but in the revised standards, they are individualized for each discipline. Although some disciplines share the same standards, their performance expectations are unique. The proposed world languages standards are in alignment to national standards, ACTFL World Readiness Standards for Learning Languages, which were published in 2012 and are designed to reflect best practices in world language instruction. Whereas the current standards include 4 strands, in the proposed draft, they have been reorganized into 5 strands: communication, culture, connections, comparisons, and communities. These strands are consistent with the 5 goal areas represented in the national standards. To make this shift, concepts included in the 4 original strands were retained, but categorized differently in order to align with the 5 goal areas. For example, language comparisons appears in the communication strand in the current standards, while in the proposed draft, it appears in the comparison strand. Another substantial shift is the inclusion of proficiency levels in addition to grade spans. The current standards represent a full pre-K to 12 progression of language learning. The proposed draft also offers this full progression, while at the same time providing multiple entry points by directing educators to begin at the current level of proficiency of their students. For example, if an SAU's world language program begins in kindergarten, the educator will start by addressing the kindergarten novice low performance expectations. If the program begins in 7th grade, the educator will start with the performance expectations in the same kindergarten novice low level in order to appropriately target instruction to students' current proficiency level. Finally, a third shift is within the performance expectations themselves. In the current standards, performance expectations direct educators to focus on specific topics and skills within the standard. However, the proposed draft mirrors the national standards in its intention to provide general, universally applicable performance expectations that can be tailored to all languages, whether modern, classical, or signed. Supplemental resources will provide greater guidance on how to tailor them to specific languages, particularly classical and sign languages, which differ from modern languages in terms of uses, communities of speakers and users, and cultures. It's also important to note that the necessful ACTFL can-do statements, which include general communication, and intercultural communication, provided the basis for the performance expectations in the proposed standards. The performance expectations in the communication strand are based on the can-do statements for interpersonal, interpretive, and presentational communication. For the 4 remaining strands, performance expectations were established based primarily on the intercultural communication can-do statements. LD 1932 is the result of a thorough process that began in the fall of 2019 with multiple opportunities for stakeholder voice, and is the result of expertise from department staff, representatives from higher education, district and building administration, as well as dozens of Maine educators. The department believes deeply in the professional judgment and experience of Maine educators, and we urge you to support their voices going forward in the development of standards for the state of Maine. For these reasons, the Maine Department of Education supports LD 1932, resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 132, learning results, parameters for essential instruction, a major substantive rule of the Department of Education emergency that was developed by teachers in schools and districts that you represent. I would be happy to answer any questions the committee may have, and I will be available for work session on this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. Any questions at this time, folks? We appreciate you being here. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
We do have some additional folks here to speak in behalf of the bill, and the next up would be Courtney Bellolin, followed by Stephen Bailey, and then Dr. Holly Blair.
Hello, everyone. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Courtney Bellolin. I am the Executive Director of the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association, which is comprised of curriculum administrators, assistant superintendents, instructional coaches, and other instructional leaders in over 100 school districts from Fort Kent to Kittery in all 16 counties, encompassing over 80% of Maine students. On behalf of our members, MCLA fully supports LD 1932, the resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 1932, the learning results parameters for essential instruction. As you know, the DOE routinely engages educators from around the state to review and update the Maine learning results on a periodic basis to reflect changes in the content area fields, such as those indicated by updated national standard documents, as well as any changes indicated by statute. Maine educators have a strong voice in this process, and we trust their knowledge, professional judgment, and insight. As such, MCLA supports the revisions to the Health PE, Visual and Performing Arts, and Foreign Language standards as presented in LD 1932. I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, any questions at this time of Ms. Bellolin? Not seeing any at this time, so thank you very much. I believe next up is going to be Eileen King actually speaking.
Good. Oh, it's still good morning. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Eileen King, the Deputy Executive Director of Maine School Management Association, testing on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 1932, affecting Chapter 132, dealing with health education, physical education, world languages, and performing arts. More than 20 teachers from across the state weighed in on this rule. Their districts covered a wide swath with central offices in Camden, Cape Elizabeth, Hamden, Hiram, Old Town, Poland, Reedfield, Rumford, Waterville, and West Bath. Their comments were generally supportive and constructive and can be seen on the Department of Education's website. As noted on the DOE website, once the comment period ended, the department convened a steering committee with representation from a variety of grade levels and roles in education across content areas and geographic regions. Administrators were part of this group. We believe the process was created in this proposed rule was thorough and engaged appropriate stakeholders, and we support its adoption. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Folks, any questions at this time of Ms. King? Not saying any, so thank you for your testimony here this morning and your availability. Have a good day. I have three more folks all speaking on behalf of the bill, and first up will be Dr. Blair, followed by Deborah Parker and Rosemarie Angel.
Senator Dr. Blair has indicated that she had to step away from it and would not be testifying on this bill.
Okay, thank you, Eli. So we have Deborah Parker and Rosemarie Angel.
I have sent requests to both. It looks like Rosemarie Angel has joined, so we can begin with her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Rosemarie Angel. I have a PhD in teaching and administration in physical education from Springfield College and completed my undergraduate and master's degree at UMaine. I was faculty in the PE program at a Maine college and an adjunct teacher for graduate and undergraduate courses in physical education content. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1932 resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 132, Learning Results, Parameters for Essential Instruction, a major substantive rule of the Department of Education emergency. The main learning results parameter for essential instruction provides a critical guide for physical education teachers, education faculty when preparing pre-service teachers in physical education content, and for professional physical educators who are charged with developing curriculum and identifying critical content to be taught during physical education programs in Maine schools. This version of physical education standards in the Maine learning results is aligned with our national physical education standards in a format that is similar to many states, 5 standards rather than 3 standards. Is clearer and uses terminology that physical educators understand, identifies the critical skills and knowledge that all Maine students can achieve, is aligned with Maine's guiding principles, will make it easier for physical education teachers to use formative and summative assessments to evaluate student skills, allows for a wide variety of content offerings, such as the motor skills and movement standards, encourages physical education teachers to explore and provide movement and rhythm experience for students in motor and movement skills such as Tai Chi, martial arts, yoga, encourages teachers to teach offense and defensive skills such as closing and opening spaces, encourages teachers to consider lifelong engagement in sport if a student chooses by exploring coaching and officiating skills. In concepts and strategies, in the standard concept and strategies, encourages teachers to think broadly about strategies and tactics and considers approaches to thinking and problem solving to help students become better performers in all activities. In fitness education, the standard encourages teachers to focus on helping students improve one's personal fitness by identifying each student's current levels of fitness, and with guidance from the teacher, gain a better understanding of fitness and ways to improve and maintain health-related fitness levels. Teachers may use whatever assessment tool that fits their program the best and the needs of their students rather than focusing on one tool. More emphasis in this standard is on helping students learn about many different kinds of exercise and or activities that help improve or sustain health-related fitness levels and overall personal health. Focus is on transferring knowledge about exercise and activities at school to exercises that can be successfully performed at home or in the communities. And in the standard recognition of value of physical activity, more emphasis on the value of physical activity, any physical activity that contributes to one's overall health. As an adaptive physical educator, I teach students who are in a variety of educational settings. The proposed changes to the physical education standards helps my administrators understand the critical content students with disabilities need to know in order to engage in physical education as they progress through their schooling. My students, despite their different abilities, can achieve many of the skills listed under each physical education standard. For all of these reasons and much more, I support LD 1932, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Angel. Any questions, folks, at this time? Well, it's being a grad from Springfield myself, it's nice to hear from another. So thank you and appreciate it. Have a good day. Eli, did Ms. Parker respond?
Yes, she is in the call at this time.
Thank you. I believe she will be our last testimony on this bill this morning.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you? Okay. Hi. Good morning, honorable members of the Cultural Affairs Committee and Education. And I'm here today to discuss these learning results where I see this changes are needed. I want to speak for the 44% who are non-proficient readers. The 55% are well represented by these regulations, and I think that that's notable. And there is a little void for the 44%.
Ms. Parker, this is a hearing specifically on LD 1932. So if you would like to address.
Right, I'm going to hold it. Okay.
Thank you.
The strand that I am talking about, the change in the strand, is that the skill set for reading needs to be present. And if it is not present, if it is not functional for the 44%, then there is a life change in the strand on life skills. There needs to be a concept addition that would improve the proficiency in reading for that group. And I have given you some examples of when that is addressed, the positive effect that has been seen on these children and the teachers and the parents. So I ask that you thoroughly evaluate my pages of testimony. And my computer has been a major problem for 23 hours. It took me to write 2 pages yesterday, 23 hours. So thank God I was able to at least put those out. If you have difficulty reading them, please contact me and I will help you to clarify what's in them. But as I typed, it eliminated a lot of my words. That my computer's under repair, needless to say, tomorrow. For the meanwhile, though, I want you to understand that the skill sets that you speak of, and everyone has spoken of, are not fully addressed in 44% of the students in these reading learning results, this regulation. And they do need to be addressed. And they're very simple. They're 2-line items. It needs to say that there needs to be active skills for learning, and that they need to be fully functional to address 5 issues of performance in reading. They need to be active to be able to work with digit span, line skipping, or word skipping, small word group understanding, and focus. The third one would be Blackboard, or now it's called chalkboard, desk, timing and recovery. The next one would be line wrapping and tracking skills. And that would do it. So once you address all of those issues for the 44%, I find no problems at all with these learning skills. But let me suggest that in those testimonies, then my testimony that you have before you, when the program was run in both a middle school and a behavioral school, the kids thrived. And that's addresses the 44% who currently are non-proficient readers in the state of Maine, or 44,000 students approximately. So you need to take a step back on these learning results and accept them as they exist for the 55% who can read with proficiency. But I want to also add one thing. On your level 3 readers who you consider proficient readers, by my PhD research that was recently done and given to you all in the Maine schools that showed the teachers loved the tool, it was called a TeachD, we missed something. And what we have missed is there are still children in level 3 proficiency who do not have the ability to do Blackboard desk timing, return effectively to recover reading levels and desk and reading Blackboard desk and book at the same instance. So the teachers are leaving these kids behind, and they don't know that because everyone assumes they're proficient reading. And I think that I have represented the superintendents here with this testimony, a principal of the school of that would be the page on Carter Middle School. The teachers, you've all seen the TeachD. You've got 10 teachers who like the work. The ed tech I gave you was Olga Perez's in the last 1845 testimony. And the students represented here also represent 3 different grades. In addition, you have a parent response on how good this work helped, and that would have been David. So at the top of page 62, it says that David had been with the program and seen changes not only in his behavior, he's doing better in school. He reads better than he did before. He figures things out by himself. He never did that. And just wanted to say thank you for helping David. I've seen a big change in him, and that David was I think he was 11. On Kayla is a elementary. We start at 3rd grade and work through adulthood. My work initially with you addressed 8th grade, and we can recover these kids. If we start with 8th grade and work in both directions, over a period of 3 years, we can capture all of the children in every school and turn them back into active readers. And it didn't take but a very short period of time. Once they can actively function with health and well health, this is not medical. It is a health issue. It is not an acuity issue. It's a functionality issue that never has been addressed. And that's why I still stand up multiple times everywhere and say, this is a unique and essential program that needs to be addressed. And it's up to you now to do that. We want inclusion. We want to address the diversity and honor it. And we want to create a peer equality setting in every classroom where all students can function equally. And it's very simple. This is not hard work. And I went after the suggestions for 21st century schools to do that this summer for you. I don't fit the form. I do not fit the form. So I cannot move forward to open the application. And the reason I don't fit the form is superintendents and principals who need to create a working partnership with community. And there is not one in the 4 that I've given in that legislative letter to all of you that I enumerated, those 4 superintendents in district areas. Not one of them had the courtesy to respond.
Well,
So I've done this over.
Ms. Parker, I'm going to open the floor for any questions that folks might have of you.
So my testimony is over?
Yes.
And to what end is my testimony over? I'm just beginning.
Well, I'm sorry, we normally do try to limit testimony, and we're trying to stay on.
Why would that be? This
I'm
is
sorry?
a brand new area. And you've asked for input from the community, and I am here to give that input. I have been stopped for 20 years, sir. I respectfully ask that you allow me to continue.
Ms. Parker, you and I have had some conversations. I had sent you an email recently, and I am respectful.
Fortunately, I'm sorry. I did not get that. I did not
Okay.
get your.
Well, I have sent you one very recently, but we're trying to work through a specific LD at this time, and that's 1932. And I think we've drifted from that particular LD. So I will ask if the committee has any questions of you at this time, specific to that LD. And I will do that now. Anyone have any questions of Ms. Parker at this time? I am not seeing any hands. So again, Ms. Parker, thank you very much for your testimony. I hope you are able to work out your technical problems. Find that email, and please feel free to contact me directly should you have additional questions relative to it. Have a good day. Eli, are there any additional, is there any additional testimony at this time?
Not for this bill, no. That was the last one.
Thank you very much. So I am going to bring the public hearing on LD 1932, public hearing to a close at this time. And I am also going to ask that Representative Brennan is going to take over for LDs 1933 and 1935. Thank you for doing so, Representative.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Just before we get started, do we want to take a break, or do you want to just go ahead and go forward?
Let's see, I saw one.
Go forward.
Okay. All right.
I think I saw two go forwards, so.
All right. So in absence of any other feedback, we'll officially open the public hearing on LD 1933. And I would ask J.C. Holmes from the department, is she still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, J.C., if you could, I'm sorry, Ms. Holmes, if you would just present the bill. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to Deputy Commissioner Chahuda to talk about the substance of the rule.
LD 1933, Chapter 115, the credentialing of educational personnel is a state board rule. It has gone through a consensus rulemaking. That kind of rulemaking is in Title V and is very prescriptive in terms of the different categories of individuals that participate and how that rulemaking is undertaken. That took 6 or 8 weeks, I believe. The rule after that consensus rulemaking went through a review by the professional standards boards. There were recommendations that came out of consensus rulemaking. The professional standard board reviewed those and then submitted their comments to the state board, who then proceeded, as I believe I said earlier, to have, I believe, close to 60 meetings to review in extensive detail parts 1 and parts 2 of Chapter 115. There was an initial hearing in August with a comment period ending in September of 2021. A second notice went out because there were some substantial changes, with a second targeted comment deadline of November 29th. that yielded other comments that were then reviewed and answered by the State Board of Education Certification and Higher Education Committee, and then was voted on December 15th.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Holmes? Seeing none, just by way of order here, we have a number of people signed up to speak in favor of the bill. We have several people that have signed up to speak against the bill, and we have some that are speaking neither for nor against. So we will first call on those people that are speaking in favor of the bill. We will then move to those people who are opposing the bill, and we will lastly go to those people speaking neither for nor against. So the first person that I would recognize in terms of speaking in favor of the bill is Dan Chahuda, who's a Deputy Commissioner, Department of Education. Is he with us?
Deputy Chahuda, could I have you raise your hand for me, please, in the attendees list? Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Representative Millett.
There's a comment in the chat that may inform who thinks they're going to be presenting these rules to us.
Yes.
In other words, the state board's chair.
I intend to go to her next. She's next on the list, but thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to yield to the chair if you wish, but I am also happy and ready after 2 years of working on Chapter 115 to proceed with my testimony as well. So I'm happy to go forward. So good morning, everyone. My name is Dan Chahuda, Deputy Commissioner, and I am here today representing the department speaking in support of LD 1933, resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 115, the credentialing of educational personnel, a major substantive rule of the State Board of Education, which does have an emergency preamble. As you know, the department has been supporting the State Board in their comprehensive review of Chapter 115. One of the strategic priorities of the department is to develop, support, and sustain a robust educator workforce. While the pandemic was not the impetus to review the rule, the pandemic contributed directly to the increased demands on the educator workforce as additional staffing was required to accommodate for hybrid instructional models, increased COVID-related absences, and decreased class sizes necessitated by physical spacing requirements. The context of this educator shortage informed our decision-making during the last session, and it continued to be considered during our review of the rule. Schools across the state have benefited from the permissive statutory language from last session, which has allowed them to employ individuals with emergency credentials in order to provide continuity of learning for their students. And while the pandemic has had a serious impact on the workforce, we shared a belief with the State Board in early 2020, and still do today, that putting energy into the preparation of our educators will reap positive and impactful benefits for the children of Maine into the future. Beginning in March 2020, the department embarked on a journey to dive deeply into the regulations which govern the credentialing of our education workforce. We had 3 ambitious but achievable priorities for this review. The improved rules should be clear, simple, and flexible. The department believes that the priorities were achieved in various degrees with the proposed rule before you. The work, as you will recall, began with a passionate group of educators from schools, school administrative units, and higher education hailing from across the state and a consensus-based rulemaking committee. Their bold proposals led to recommendations to the State Board, who committed an enormous amount of time to carefully consider the ideas. Their recommendations from the consensus-based rulemaking committee were also endorsed by the Professional Standards Board. Last session, you considered and adopted many of the changes by way of LD 1189. 1189 was enacted in the House on June 9th, 2021, and in the Senate on June 10th, 2021. The governor signed the emergency measure into Public Law 2021, Chapter 228, on June 16th, 2021. The public law states, rulemaking applicability. The State Board of Education shall amend Department of Education Rule Chapter 115 regarding the credentialing of educational personnel in accordance with this act, notwithstanding the Maine Revised Statutes Title 20A, Section 13006A, subsection 3, a person who is subject to the provisions of 20A, section 13006A, subsection 3, on the effective date of this act may choose to be certified either pursuant to the rules effective prior to the effective date of this act or under the amended rules adopted by the State Board of Education pursuant to this act. Therefore, the State Board is proposing revisions to Chapter 115, a major substantive rule. Today, potential educators are taking advantage of the new law, including the ability to provide evidence of preparedness as an alternative to taking a standardized test. And to add to the excitement, the rule before you goes even further. Building on the changes in Public Law 2021, Chapter 228, the State Board has exercised its authority to improve credentialing even more and has adhered to the forming principles. The following examples highlight this commitment. First, the rules should be clear. As an example, professional standards for roles such as teachers, administrators, and many of the educational specialists were updated to the latest versions of their respective standards. Second, the rules should be simple. The pathways for a number of administrative certificates have been merged to reduce redundancy. And third, the rules should be flexible. As an example, language related to pedagogical requirements for career and technical education endorsements have been altered to permit experienced teachers to more easily obtain CTE endorsements. There are also several innovative additions, including a new pathway for educational technicians to obtain a special education teacher endorsement, and the addition of a course requirement for diversity-centered content related to today's classroom. A more detailed of changes includes, in Part 1 of the rule, revising the reciprocity to match the language in previous executive orders, added the applicability to charter schools, added the language at least to bachelor's degrees equivalency academic experience, updating the Interstate School Leaders Licensure Consortium, or ISLIC standards, to be replaced with the Professional Standards for Educational Leaders, or PESL. The term certified was changed to authorized educational technicians in an earlier version, but was later returned to certification for educational technicians. Added department-approved programs for ed techs as an alternative to credit requirements, and regional national accreditation was clarified. There were also other teaching assignments added. Language was added for immersion teachers for languages, as well as an example for alternative education teachers. In Part 2 of the rule, in the administrator section, as I mentioned, the ISLIC standards were updated to include the PESL standards. There were requirements for advancing a certificate by the second renewal, and those were eliminated. And the submission of a portfolio was added as an option for demonstrating that PESL standards had been met. In the career and technical education section, the list of endorsements will now match the list of department-approved programs. There was removal of language regarding pedagogical assessment, and there was removal of language regarding the National Association of Career and Technical Schools and the Commissioner of Work Adjustment and Vocational Educational Specialist, neither of which exist any longer. In the special education section, grade levels have changed to pre-K to 12 in alignment with Part B of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA. More specific course requirements in accordance with skills of special education have been as identified in IDEA. High leverage practices from the Council for Exceptional Children and the Cedar Center and Trends in Education have been updated. For conditional certificates, language was added for a mentor teacher program endorsed by the Maine Department of Education. The language added an additional pathway for licensure to current ed techs who A, have a bachelor's degree, B, experience as an ed tech 3 for at least 3 years, and have received positive evaluations. Language indicating parents has been updated to include parents and guardians. Language has been updated to have person first language. For instance, a teacher of blind or visually impaired students has been updated to a teacher of students with visual impairments. There are also 2 certificates and endorsements that were removed after consideration of usage. Those were the Special Education Consultant, or 079, and the Speech and Language Consultant, 293. In the teacher section of Part 2, some of the grade spans have changed, many of which include now pre-K, where they formerly started with K. Any social studies requirements will be expanded to include or social sciences and would extend the disciplines to include psychology and sociology. Additional credit hours have been included. Their first is a 3 hours of coursework in the area of diversity, as I mentioned previously, as well as 3 hours of coursework in one of the following areas: human development, educational psychology, developmental psychology, adolescent psychology, or child development. The 081 Early Childhood Certificate has been extended through kindergarten and has added student teaching requirements. The 020 Elementary Certificate has added 9 credits of literacy methods. And the World Language Group, it has now been extended down to pre-K from K, and 2 new languages have been added: American Sign Language, American Sign Language, Hebrew, and Arabic. In the 660 endorsement, English as a second language, it has been updated to English for Speakers of Other Languages, or ESOL, and there have been specific course requirements updated. In the Ed Specialist section, for the Library Media Specialist 071, there was greater course specificity that was added, and also a pathway added for currently certified teachers. The 075 School Counselor Certificate has been updated to include a standards review by the department. And the 093 School Psychologist Certificate has had many updates as advised by the School Psychology Advisory Board, including letters of reference, flexible coursework requirements, and recognition of Maine Department of Education approved programs. The State Board Chapter 115 rule, which includes all of this and more, for the credentialing of educational personnel, was filed provisionally adopted on January 12th, 2022 with the Secretary of State. While credentialing is just one step toward becoming an educator, we at the department understand that employers will ultimately make decisions about who to hire, and experience and professional learning will help educators continue to develop and refine their practice. The department is in support of this improved version of Chapter 115. It's been almost 2 years since this involved discussion began, and it gives me great pride in being here with you today to discuss this important policy. For these reasons, the Department of Education is in support of LD 1933, the resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 115. I am happy to answer any questions that the committee may have, and I will also be available during the work sessions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shuda, for your presentation. That was obviously a lot to go through and quite a bit for us to digest, but we feel confident if there are questions, you'll be able to answer them. At this point, are there any questions from the committee? I see that Representative Millett does have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll pose a pre-question question.
Okay.
To whom should I address my multiple rule questions to? Should it be the department or should it be the board?
So this rule in particular is a state board rule. So I would yield to the chair, Dr. Desjardins, and I'm happy to assist as she sees fit.
Great, thanks.
So Representative Millett, we do have the chair of the state board as well as Wendy Alt, who I believe chaired the committee of the board, that are prepared to testify next. So we will take their testimony, and if you want to ask your questions then, that'd be great. Okay. So any other questions for Mr. Chihuda? Seeing none, I know that you're going to stay with us. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. And I will now turn to again, somebody speaking in support of the bill, Fern Dargetis, who's the chair of the State Board of Education.
Thank you very much. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Fern Desjardins, Chair of the State Board of Education, and with me is Wendy Alt, Chair of the Certification and Higher Education Committee of the State Board. I am here to speak in support of LD 1933, resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 115, the credentialing of education personnel, a major substantive rule of the Maine State Board of Education. Emergency. Members of the Maine State Board of Education, and specifically the Certification and Higher Ed Committee, have had numerous discussions on Chapter 115 in recent years. The State Board, Department of Education, and Education and Cultural Affairs Committee went through the rulemaking process for Chapter 115 under the Administrative Procedures Act process in 2019. A resolve on Chapter 115 was enacted on June 28, 2019 to permit Parts 1 and 2 to be adopted with several revisions. However, the Department of Education determined afterwards that the regulations contained a number of conflicts and requirements that were confusing to the field. Subsequently, the State Board voted not to adopt the resolve of the rule, Chapter 115, at its November 13, 2019 meeting. Previously approved proposed changes were withdrawn, and the rule was referred back to the Certification and Higher Ed Committee of the State Board. This led to an agreement between the Department of Education and the State Board that a new version of Chapter 115 should be drafted through a more inclusive process using consensus-based rulemaking. The State Board voted on March 11th, 2020 to initiate the Chapter 115 review, utilizing the consensus-based rulemaking, and to reconvene the Professional Standards Board to also provide input. Thus, the work began for the complete review of Chapter 115. First, in the hands of the consensus-based group from May to November 2020, to a review by the Professional Standards Board that resulted in their support of the recommendations of the consensus-based group. Their proposed changes came to the State Board's Certification and Higher Ed Committee through Deputy Commissioner Dan Chuda, who led the work with the consensus-based group and the Professional Standards Board. The Certification and Higher Ed Committee and the Department of Education worked on revisions to Chapter 115 in frequent meetings from October 2020 to December 2021. The proposed rule, Chapter 115, went to public hearing on August 16, 2021, with a period of public comment from July 28 through September 15. It then went to a targeted comment period from October 27 to November 29 to address 3 substantive changes. The proposed rule has substantial changes that the State Board expects will positively benefit the educator workforce in Maine. I understand that you have a copy of the proposed changes in a track change format. As you can see, the number of significant changes and minor edits are numerous. The Certification and Higher Ed Committee and the Department of Education gave due diligence to every single page of Parts 1 and 2 as they reviewed and discussed changes. It is unrealistic to think we could totally agree on every change in such a comprehensive document. But we did reach consensus to move forward. We don't claim perfection, but we've made great strides in improving Chapter 115 in a number of areas. The comprehensive review and proposed changes to the regulations of Chapter 115 accomplished many benefits for our educator workforce and the credentialing process. Deputy Commissioner Chuda did a very comprehensive review of a number of changes. I also wish to highlight the following. The first is that it provides teachers and educational specialists 2 to 3 pathways to receive certificates and endorsements. With these pathways, there is no longer the need to pass a basic skills test in reading, writing, and mathematics. Instead, the basic skills test is one of 3 options, the other 2 being the achievement of at least a 3.0 cumulative GPA in all courses required for the certificate, or completing a successful portfolio review demonstrating competency in Maine's initial teacher standards. The days of not obtaining teacher certification because of not passing the praxis would be over. Secondly, reciprocity for applicants already credentialed in other states will help address educator shortages in Maine. Individuals holding a full certificate as an administrator, a teacher, or a specialist issued by another state, the District of Columbia, a United States territory, or other country deemed comparable by the department might qualify for a professional certificate in Maine. Third, if in it updates or eliminates language that is outdated. For example, now we refer to the professional standards for educational leaders instead of what was the ISLIC, the Interstate School Leaders Licensure Consortium standards that are no longer in existence. So now language is updated to take care of similar issues. Fourth, legacy language that has been updated or cleaned up is very important. All the cross-references have been corrected. The impact of amendments made over the years and not carried throughout the document were identified and also corrected. Fifth, it includes a provision for an emergency teacher certificate that synchronizes with the statutory provision passed during the last session and to address teacher shortages. It adds the alternative educator teacher endorsement. Seventh, grade span recommendations are now, and this is very important, birth through kindergarten, pre-K to 3rd grade, kindergarten to 6th grade, 5th through 8th grade, 6th through 12, and then we do have the pre-K to 12 for certain subjects and specialists like art, music, phys ed, health, our media specialists, our school counselors, school nurse, special education certificates and endorsements, and some others. In addition to that, we have 6 credit hours of coursework that have been added in endorsement eligibility pathway 2. 3 of those credit hours are in the area of diversity, and 3 credit hours are in either human development, educational psychology, developmental psychology, adolescent psychology, or child development. In addition, any social studies requirement would include the social sciences, and the disciplines are expanded to include psychology and sociology. Also important to note that for the K-6 certificate, the O2O certificate, 9 credits of literacy methods were also added as a requirement. 2 endorsements were eliminated, as Deputy Commissioner Chuda mentioned, and that is the 079 Special Ed Consultant certificate and the 293 Speech and Language Consultant certificate. Lastly, I wish to mention that a number of changes were made for CTE certificates and endorsements for teachers and the educational specialists working in CTE. and also to administrator certificates. We've made a number of changes, and all of these changes were made in the spirit of providing flexibility toward credentialing while seeking a very well-qualified workforce. Collectively, I wish to say that the consensus-based group, the Professional Standards Board, the Department of Education, and the State Board worked toward a more streamlined and clear set of rules for credentialing. We've eliminated duplication or redundancies where needed and worked toward getting educators with the skills needed in today's classrooms and schools. With the proposed changes, the State Board of Education is in support of LD 1933, Resolve, regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 115, the credentialing of education personnel, a major substantive rule of the State Board of Education brought in as an emergency. Thank you very much for this opportunity to comment, and Wendy and I would be happy to answer any questions the committee may have, and the State Board will be available for work sessions on the bill. Thank you.
Ms. Desjardins, thank you very much. We appreciate deeply all the work that you've put into it, and obviously you've had a pretty comprehensive review at this point. So just in terms of protocol and process, before we turn to Ms. Alt, are there any questions of the chair of the Board of Education at this point? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. And if you'll stay with us, we may have follow-up questions. So I will now turn to Wendy Alt, who is with the State Board of Education. And among her many achievements, she also is the former House Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. So Ms. Alt, welcome, and we will gladly accept whatever gift you are bringing to us.
No surprise, Representative Brennan, that you're keeping track of how many times I have been before you and not been able to give you something sweet to eat. So again, in the spirit of IOUs, I'm keeping track also, so I look forward to the day that we're all together. No surprise, I'm sure Fern and I collaborated on this testimony, so I will let the testimony stand. And I want you all to know that your former peer, another former House Chair of the Education Committee, served on the Certification in Higher Ed Committee. And so her input was very valuable as well. Tori Cornfield, if I have to say her name out loud. So thank you for recognizing me, Representative Brennan.
Well, again, thank you very much for being here. And we will at least temporarily suspend the requirement of you providing a gift in person, but we expect that at some point we are keeping tally.
I know Dave McCray will hold my feet to the fire as well, so.
Okay. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my many thanks to all the folks who did the yeoman's work on Chapter 115 again. And I do believe the consensus making process was a really excellent decision pathway to use. So I guess I'll just start at the beginning and then I'll stop to see if others have questions and then go from there. For just overall, the inclusion of a successful portfolio review demonstrating competency in Maine's initial teacher standards. I'd like to just dig into that. There's a lot going on there. I'd love to understand how successful is defined, what a portfolio would, what's the definition of portfolio? And please help me understand what is Maine's initial teacher standards.
Representative Millette, very, very good questions, because you bring up a topic that we spent a great deal of time discussing at the certification and higher ed committee level. A lot of subjective terms, and will this escape us in looking at truly objective reasons for accepting or not accepting a portfolio? What could this lead to? And so this took quite a few meetings for us to get to an agreement that we would allow the portfolio to move forward based on looking at certain standards. And I wish to say that we've already received one portfolio at the Department of Education to be reviewed, which has brought the department certification staff to work together and really looking at this first portfolio and really outlining what is going to be considered a successful portfolio. And because I don't work at the department, Dan is so much closer to the scene. Deputy Commissioner Chuda, if you don't mind, I would like for you, because you've worked with both Stephanie and Anhil and going through this process recently, would you please take it from this point?
Thank you. So the portfolio option, as the chair mentioned, has been engaged once so far, which was exciting for the team to receive. What we did previously to actually receiving this first certificate was have continued conversation with the consensus-based rulemaking committee, whose proposal this was initially to have alternatives to the praxis exams, which are the qualifying exams that have been used. So what the small group, a subgroup of the consensus-based rulemaking committee, again made up of school-based educators, SAU-based educators, and higher education representatives, volunteered to come back together to make some recommendations to the department about which pieces in particular would be most important when reviewing a portfolio submitted by an educator. And so they utilized, in the case of a teacher, I'll just use that as the example, as you referenced, Representative Millett, the 10 teaching standards. There's actually 11, believe it or not, it's 10 plus 1. Those standards are codified in, and I don't mean to make this extra confusing, but it's another rule, Chapter 114. The 10 plus 1 teaching standards are in Chapter 114. Those standards, I can list them all if you're interested, or I can do a selection of a few, but they address what you would expect to hear in a set of standards for teachers: learner development, environments, content knowledge, application of the content, assessment, instruction, collaboration. That additional, the 10 plus 1 is actually a technology standard. So the subcommittee used that information from those standards, determined within each of those 11 standards which were the most significant performance indicators. They're essentially examples of each standard, and developed what we're calling a rubric for the department to use to score a portfolio as it was submitted. So that was all predetermined, again, from stakeholder input from that subcommittee. And what happened was we received that first portfolio, and it was desensitized, so nobody knew who it was from or who the applicant was. But we reconvened again, a volunteer group of folks from that consensus-based rulemaking to help provide the department reviewers, the evaluators who would be doing this work, with some feedback on what they saw in the portfolio and how well it did or did not align with the standards. I don't anticipate that will happen for every single portfolio, but particularly in the early stages, the certification team found it helpful to hear from folks in the field about what they saw as evidence and how well it did or did not match with the standards. So I think in a nutshell, believe it or not, as nutshells go with Chapter 115, that's a high-level overview of how the portfolio process would work.
You have a follow-up?
Sure.
Thank you. So how many of the teaching standards were included in the rubric?
All 11.
All
11 standards
Okay.
are included. Yep.
Okay.
It's just the part that I was mentioning about specifics, where each standard has a set of 5 or 6 performance indicators. They just elaborate a bit more on each. And so they selected usually 2 or 3 specifics from each standard, but all 11 standards are included in the review.
And how many of those standards need to be checked off in order to be considered successful?
All. Okay. You have to meet all 11 standards in order for that portfolio to be successful.
And my last question related to this is, do you think it would be helpful to perhaps be a little bit more specific in the rules about this particular new, what am I trying to say, assessment of teaching ability as a pathway? Given that the people in departments come and go, as well do educational leaders?
I'm not, well, I would say that there's quite a bit that the certification team has to make judgments on. The chair referenced some of the comparable language that was reviewed previously, and I understand that different administrations may have different views on those, but there is to some degree some subjective language that occurs both in statute and rule. And so I guess I would leave it back over with the chair to see if she has any opinion on strengthening the language on specificity.
Yes, because certainly comparable was another area I was going to ask about. So,
Representative Millett, again, I'm one that's very concerned about subjective language. In fact, I remember listening to one of your previous sessions where there was a discussion about something comparable, and I believe it was Representative Stearns that had a concern about the subjectivity of what's comparable, and I apologize if I've got the wrong person, but I really like when we can be as objective as possible. Like the idea that yes, you have to meet. When I stated that you needed to meet the Maine's initial teacher standards, it's not just 1 or 2 or the majority of them, it's all standards, and how specific should it be? And that is why, Representative Millett, that I stated earlier that it took a long time. We came back to some of these issues of subjectivity, especially with this one, the idea of, we're going to let go of Praxis 1, but we're going to insist on a 3.0 GPA. And, what can we put in language that will assure us that this portfolio really is good documentation for the person becoming certified, and what does it leave to the reader that's coming on, who's just been hired at the department and is going through, what's their guidance, what's their guideline? And in our discussions with the people in the certification team, with the deputy commissioner, we were left with a feeling of there will be guidance on what will make for a successful portfolio, and the deputy has mentioned what those items are. Again, all I can say is I understand where you're coming from. That is of concern to me as well. And if it was felt that we needed to do something more, I wouldn't be up in arms and saying, no, we can't do this. I understand. And if, this is up to your committee to decide and to direct us if you feel that we need to do anything more on this particular piece of Chapter 115. That's my thought.
Thank you. And I see that Representative Dodge has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might, I'd like to bounce off Representative Millett's question by asking specifically if the 10+1 standards were listed for applicants as they prepare their portfolio.
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. And may I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. My next question specifically refers to the allowance of emergency credentials. And again, a subjective phrase that I wish you could maybe get into a bit is demonstrated evidence of preparedness for those emergency credentials. are there a couple of highlighting statements you could share that would help me better understand that term, please? Thank you.
Again, the Deputy Commissioner did a lot of work with the emergency piece, knowing that this was through LD 1189 that we have the emergency certificate. And so if you don't mind, Deputy Commissioner, I'm going to ask that you answer that question as well. Thank you.
Sure. So yes, as has been mentioned, this particular component of emergency teacher, and in this particular case, did come through 1189. If you recall, there were actually a number of bills related to certification last session, and we had quite a collaboration, some of whom have sponsors that are still on this committee, and could certainly speak to the importance that they found in the bills. 1189 became more or less an omnibus bill that brought together different components of some of the interests that folks had. This emergency teacher certificate, they're actually not just limited to teachers, was part of a separate bill that was merged into 1189. I will say that while certification expectations, as we're having a discussion today about certification expectations in Maine, there are differences, and we acknowledge that there are differences across the country. In some way, shape, or form, there are national governing bodies that do address certification. And so there are, a foundation of expectations for certification across the country. It's up to our certification team to make determinations. They do this quite a bit, actually, with a variety of different certification applications that come in. A little trivia, maybe, just for your reference, is that 10% of the applications that we get for certification come directly from our education preparation programs in our state, EPPs as they're referred to. We kind of have an acronym for it, but the other 90% are actually through a transcript analysis process, which means that they may have attended an EPP, but they didn't come directly there, or they may be coming from another state, another place, or another pathway that they took to do it. So by and large, the bulk of what we receive as a department, 90% of those applications come through a very rigorous process of review by our certification evaluators. And often there are courses that they have to research and reach out to other places to find out, what's behind it, what's the course description, what's the course syllabus. So it would be a similar process for this. If there's some unfamiliarity with something that's coming in, our team would do some research to that state that it was issued in to find the level of comparability between our expectations in that state.
All right. Representative Millette, did you have an additional question?
I'm afraid so, Mr. Chair. I don't think it's going to be a surprise to those of you who were on this journey with us a couple of years ago that I do have questions, so buckle up. If I see somebody else's hand raised, I lower mine just to allow them to get in before me, but I do. So thank you for the opportunity. I'll just stick with the emergency teacher certificate. So I can't seem to find in statute how we determine a teacher shortage. Does anybody happen to know where that might lie?
So we actually determine a teacher shortage annually based on a report that we need to submit annually to the U.S. Department of Education. That list is determined based on the number of, I'll say collectively, waivers and conditional certificates. Emergencies only come in recently. And that list that is determined based on the data that we have is actually put out for comment. The field can comment on what they feel are shortage areas. And then with that input, the department, again, annually makes a determination of what are our shortage areas. So that's actually a pre-existing process that occurs beforehand for purposes of federal reporting. It actually enables people to get scholarships and loan reimbursements. I've lost the right word. Forgiveness is the right word. So there are other benefits to it as well, but we actually have that process annually.
Would somebody mind just sending the link to where that list is? Because I failed to be able to find it. The last time I saw it, I believed it was pretty comprehensive. So I'm not going to ask you to list it here, but I remember it being pretty long. So that would be really great. How many emergency certificates have been issued in 2021 and 2022 so far?
So I actually asked that recently, and I have an answer that since June 1st, 375 emergency teacher certificates have been issued.
Okay, for the work session, could we have that broken down by grade area and subject matter if it's in the secondary schools? And if possible, geographic location. That's shocking. I was not expecting that. So yeah, for the work session, don't expect that kind of detail now, but that's going to be really important. Come on.
I would also offer, if we're able to do this for you, I'm not sure, I'm maybe making promises for my team that I can't keep. Just keep in mind that those are 375 that were issued. I don't know how many of those 375 are actually employed. Those are obviously two different data sets. So we will try to determine if all 375 are working, because people can apply for a certificate and then of course not use it. But I'll try to see if similarly to your demographic and grade span issues, where those folks may be working.
Okay, great. Okay. Come on, doesn't anybody else have questions? No? Oh, thank you, Jan. That gives me a chance.
Mr. Chair.
So Representative Dodge, did you have a follow-up question?
I'm not sure I would consider it a follow-up question, but I have a couple more questions. Yes, please. May I proceed? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about the phrase removing pedagogical assessment from the language. And I have in my notes that it says education course grades are not a true measure of pedagogical skill. I agree, but could you elaborate just a bit on what has been put in place to assess pedagogical knowledge as well as methodology in delivery, please? Thank you. And if you want, I can be more specific. In fact, I will. You've heard me say this before. The first chair bassoonist in an orchestra doth not a successful music teacher make. Thank you.
Chair, would you like to proceed, or would you defer to me?
I'm sorry, I should have deferred to you right off, but please go ahead, because I believe that was in Deputy Commissioner Chuda's testimony that you're referring to. Yeah, so please go ahead, Dan.
Okay, happy to. So this is in specific reference to the career and technical education section, and it simply is referencing back to the removal of what we have been using as praxis exams. And so similarly for the CTE certificates, there is the removal of that piece. There is also the coursework, and I'm trying to find the language. Sorry, I have to zoom in because it's too small. So in this section, there are There's also the portfolio or practice one or the 3.0 GPA option for folks to take advantage of if they wish to utilize that. There's also for CTE content areas that includes evaluation and assessment. Wait a second. It's the wrong area. Hold on. That was special education. I knew something wasn't looking right. As you know, this is not a short rule, so I need to get to the right page. Okay. So there are so the removal of the test, which is consistent with other sections of the rule. There's also during at least the 3 conditionals, there's 12 semester hours in the following areas: curriculum and instruction, assessment, CTE, shop safety, and classroom lab management, and also literacy and career and technical education. So there had been some very, very specific courses that could only be taken at a certain place and could only be taken during a certain time in those areas. And the language was broadened to enable somebody who may have taken an assessment course previously to fulfill that expectation. And this is where I was also referencing that previously certified teachers, it was, believe it or not, extra challenging for someone who had been a teacher before to become a CTE teacher if they wished to, because of the additional expectations that weren't equivalent. So somebody who takes an assessment course at the university level could not utilize that assessment course to fulfill the expectations to become a CTE instructor, and now they would be able to. So, so I think that addresses the 2 pieces. The pedagogical assessment piece was just the removal of the praxis expectation.
Follow up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
If we could make it the last one, we still have a number of people to testify, so we do need to move on. And I know everybody will be available for work session. So
Thank you very much. I will defer to work session then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Dodge. Representative Millette, we do need to move on.
I understand. I just have a process question, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So recognizing that there are a number of questions that we have related to these rules, is it the expectation of the chairs that we will be holding several work sessions on these bills in order to give the department and the board time to respond to our questions, and then committee members time to process what we learn? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's undetermined at this point. And I think what might be helpful is that if committee members do have questions that they can submit prior to the work session, we might be able to work through those. But clearly, we will take the time that's necessary in order to address everybody's questions and be able to move on. But I wouldn't be able to say at this point that we're going to have multiple work sessions because we just don't know. But I think what would be very helpful is that prior to the next work session, whatever questions that could be directed to the department or other interested parties, that would be helpful. And I do know that we will have everybody back for the work session as well. Okay. So moving on to, and thank you to the State Board and the department for being here. And again, we expect to see you at the work session. We will now move to those people who are still speaking in favor of the bill. And the next person I have is Holly Blair. Good afternoon. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you as well. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Dr. Holly Blair, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Principal Association's Professional Division. The MPA represents more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. The MPA Legislative Committee has provided testimony in the past in support of the work provided by the Department of Education, and especially the work put forth by Deputy Commissioner Dan Chuda and his numerous stakeholder groups regarding the educator certification in Maine. We've never seen a more well thought out process by the department, and we thank them for doing what we do feel is in the right interest for all of the students. That being said, while the suggested changes in certification will help the majority of our membership, I have to admit that this would cause a hardship specifically for the middle level schools. By removing the K-8 certification, this will lessen the flexibility that those schools have with teaming and integration of teachers across the middle level schools. This could make recruitment and retainment of the middle level school educators much more difficult. And I know of at least one principal, Gert Nessen. She is the principal of Leonard Middle School in Old Town, and I know that she is going to be providing testimony in opposition. And I'm going to defer to what would the reality look like at middle level schools to Gert. Therefore, that being said, the MPA Legislative Committee does still support this result and does urge the committee to pass LD 1933. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have, speaking in favor of the bill, Janet Sorter, and I believe I did see her with us. Good afternoon, and you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Janet Sorter. I am the Vice President and Chief Academic Officer for the Maine Community College System. Please accept this testimony in support of final adoption of portions of the provisionally adopted Chapter 115 rules. My comments are specific to those sections of the Chapter 115 rules that pertain to education technicians. We are grateful for the hard work done by the consensus-based rulemaking committee, the Professional Standards Board, and the State Board of Education Certification and Higher Education Committee. We believe their proposed changes will offer the clarification and flexibility needed to assure our education workforce can meet the needs of all of Maine's students from pre-K through graduation. And we will provide our future learners with high-quality paraprofessional staff. Our support for the changes to the Chapter 115 rules speak to this need. As we all know, the pace of change in Maine's workforce has sped up exponentially in all sectors, including education. Maine's residents are more diverse, as are Maine's students. More than ever, students are looking for and taking alternative and non-traditional paths, including those to the career of teaching. Diversifying and broadening the paths to and through our colleges and universities through the profession for the next generation of teachers will be critical to meeting the need in Maine for more ed techs and for more teachers. In the changes proposed to the Chapter 115 rules, Part 1, Section 6(1)(c) focuses on the approval process for education programs. This change recognizes the evolution of the education programs in the Maine Community College, wherein programs such as that at Eastern Maine Community College have sought and received direct Department of Education approval through the same process and scrutiny that the UMaine system education programs follow. We believe that the education offered by DOE-approved programs, such as that at Eastern Maine Community College, should count towards certification without additional approval by a four-year institution. In the provisional rules, Part 1, Section 6 focuses in part on the certification of education technicians. We strongly support these changes. As you are aware, the Maine Community College system, particularly your Eastern Maine Community College, was asked to help with school staffing shortages during the COVID-19 pandemic. Out of this effort grew the Learning Facilitator Program that allowed over 150 students to immediately go to work supporting classroom teachers while continuing their studies. This innovative program provides a unique, non-traditional path for students to become ed techs. It prepares the facilitator with the critical skills necessary to be useful in the classroom immediately, and then continues to deliver a full curriculum while the learning facilitator is employed by a school district to impart the knowledge and competencies for certification while simultaneously serving our K-12 schools. This new pathway to Education Technician 3, called Emergency Education Technician in the rules currently, allows school districts to supplement staff when workforce issues, pandemics, or other factors lead to a severe shortage, while still requiring training for those who seek certification. We also strongly support the changes to the eligibility criteria in Part 1, Section 5, certificate for a certified education technician for the same reasons. These changes add a non-traditional opportunity, a new path for students to become Ed Tech 3s. These changes are critical to diversifying and broadening the paths for the next generation of teachers and to meet the needs of Maine for more Ed Techs and for a non-traditional path towards teaching. These rules also recognize the success of and the need for emergency education technician program, as well as the curricula employed to ensure the learning facilitators begin on their educational path to become certified Ed Tech 3s. It will allow these emergency technicians to continue to work and to study. We look forward to continuing our partnership with you, the department, and Maine's K-12 schools as we implement the adopted changes. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have, and we will be available for the work session.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you for being here. Are there any questions for Ms. Order? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we will see. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Stearns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apology for being slow on the draw. My question, and it will be fine if we can have the answer maybe for work session, would be a concern that students that are in a more regular pathway, if you will, at the community college level or perhaps university level, but more likely community college, do we have evidence that they're abandoning that more traditional program to take advantage of the emergency rules? Or is it too early to tell or impossible to decipher? But that would be good for work session, I think.
We will look into that in depth, but I do not believe that they are abandoning the traditional pathway. What we are trying to do is to broaden the pathway, to bring in students who could not,
Yes.
because of life circumstances, participate in that pathway, who were perhaps not inclined to, but then now suddenly are attracted. But really with non-traditional pathways, it's not really about shifting people, it's about broadening so that people who were closed out of a traditional pathway because of the time demands, the seat time demands, whatever, or a need to immediately go into employment. So they're doing a really earn and learn kind of scenario, can now participate more fully, but we will investigate that more fully for you for the work session, sir.
No need to. You answered my question beautifully right there. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Order, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the work session. The last person we have to speak in favor of the bill is Steve Bailey from Maine School Board Management, Maine School Management Association. Maybe we have Eileen King instead. Welcome, Ms. King.
Welcome, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director of Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the executive committees, legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendent Association in support of LD 1933. Our association support the overall rule and applaud the inclusive process led by the Department of Education and its Deputy Commissioner, Dan Chuda. We submitted testimony on the rule and highlight some of the key points below. Our greatest concern, and it is shared by our educational partners, is the elimination of the pre-K-8 certification that leaves district with only a generalist K-6 or content 5-6 endorsement. 5-8 endorsement. Many districts in Maine have K-8 schools, and the endorsement gives schools leaders flexibilities to move teachers where they're needed. We support the new language in Part 1, Section 6, out of state licensure that says administrators, teachers, or specialists holding a full certificate by another state or another country deemed comparable may qualify for Maine certification. This makes sense and will help in our recruitment to fill vacancies and attract qualified people from out of state to work in Maine. We applaud the inclusion of the emergency educational technician and the reference to a program now offered at Eastern Maine Community College to allow for an expedited pathway to EdTech certification to deal with shortages in the field. Can and should this program be expanded through the community college system to raise visibility given the shortage of educational technicians some districts are facing? We also support the emergency teacher certificate with the parameters outlined in the rule and appropriate limit of 3 one-year certificates. In Part 1, Section 7, revocation, suspension, denial, and renewal of credential, we support the language change around this section, which reads reinstatement of an individual whose credential was surrendered, suspended, or revoked for reasons of child abuse or exploitation, who seeks reinstatement under 20-A MRSA 13020 4A must demonstrate compelling evidence of rehabilitation sufficient to warrant public trust for the commissioner to grant reinstatement under this section. What we appreciate is this section 20-A MRSA 13020 is now in Part 1, Section 7 under Part 4. So now we're bringing in statute into Chapter 115. Part 5 then goes on to talk about denial or non-renewal credential, and it does go on to state that any initial certificate that has been non-renewed due to a convicted in any state or federal court or criminal offense involving physical or sexual abuse or exploitation of a child may be presumed by the commissioner to lack good moral character for the purposes of this rule. And the commissioner shall be entitled to consider all records of prior criminal convictions involving child abuse or exploitation in determining an applicant's eligibility for certification or through authorization or approval. It then goes on Section B to talk about the steps for non-renewal, which is in the Maine Department of Education regulation. And it also eliminates the ability for someone whose certificate has been revoked to serve in another capacity. We just felt that this language underscores our first responsibility to always keep our students safe as our first priority. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. King. We appreciate you being here. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will see you again in work session.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now will switch to those people speaking against LD 1933, and we will start with Gert Nessen.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry,
Representative McRae has his hand up.
I just saw that. Representative McRae, did you have a question?
Yes, I did, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to get to get an answer from Ms. King or from Deputy Commissioner Chuda. One of the concerns that I have had since the last 5.5 years, and before that actually, is if we eliminate the K-8 certification area, there are people that have that it's property right. Okay, people that have it now. Now, I think it's a great move. I really do. I support it. But I think it's for new certificates. I think it almost has to be grandfathered in for the people that have it because they depend on that portability of their certificate in the meantime. Am I okay with that?
You are correct, Representative. Those who hold it would maintain it as long as they renew it. The only caveat is that if it lapses, then they go back to as if it was the first time. So, but yes, current holders of that certificate would maintain the current grade span.
Thank you very much. I'm relieved.
Okay, thank you. We'll now turn to Gert Nissen, who is speaking against the bill.
Good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Gert Nissen, and I am the principal of Leonard Middle School in Old Town and president of the Maine Association for Middle Level Education. I am representing the Maine Association for Middle Level Education. Before I voice our concerns, I would like to recognize the collaboration, time, work, and excellent thinking invested to create this resolve. My association opposes the certification ranges of LD 1933. I have been a longtime advocate for middle school education in Maine and beyond. I have 36 years of middle school experience as a teacher, professor, and for the last 3 years as an administrator. My master's and doctorate are both in middle level education. Young adolescents, generally ages 10 to 15, is a unique time of development with its own characteristics and effective responses to the diverse and rapid physical, sexual, social, emotional, moral, and intellectual growth. They are neither children nor young adults. They are neither elementary nor high school students. I oppose the certification part of this legislation as written because it does not fully support the developmental needs or uniqueness of middle school students and affects our choices in a very practical way. Middle school students certainly need to learn challenging content and required standards. They also need to explore their interests, who they are, what they believe within the content. We organize in middle schools or any school that houses and serves young adolescents to best support their growth. We create teams where they have adult advocates who know them well, and the teams build learning around themes that have relevance and are engaging to students. Teams can be as small as 2 teachers and their shared students, but maybe as large as 5 teachers and their shared students. My school, for example, has 2 teams for each grade level, one with 3 teachers and their shared students, and the other with 2 teachers and their shared students. We specifically chose this configuration because we believe it best meets the needs of our students with an effective middle school philosophy and practice. Other schools choose larger teams. The proposed certification limits a school's ability to organize in a way that they believe is most effective for middle school. Changing the K-8 certification to K-6 while keeping the 6-12 forces a division between elementary school and high school with little recognition of the uniqueness of our age group. Our teachers in 6th grade may follow an elementary model or our current middle school model. Our 7th and 8th grade teachers may choose only a large team or separate subject model. We do realize that this legislation proposes a middle school endorsement in addition to the K-6 or 6-12 certification. That endorsement, however, is only for one subject. Therefore, it would not impact us differently in 7th and 8th grade than the 6-12 certification. The 5-8 endorsement, as written with only one subject area, provides no benefit for teachers or flexibility for the school. Finally, I'm concerned that most teachers with K-6 certification will gravitate toward elementary school, and teachers with 6-12 certification will gravitate toward high school. This will be exacerbated by existing programs that focus largely on those levels and not middle school. I foresee increased challenge with filling our positions, especially with qualified teachers whose first choice is middle school. For these reasons, we strongly urge the committee to vote ought not to pass or amend the certification ranges or single subject requirement for the 5-8. I would be pleased to answer questions or discuss our concerns in a work session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here today to help us understand your views on these changes. I would like to ask if you have looked at the comments that were issued by the University of Maine system on page 46 about their concerns regarding training for a broader grade span, please, and what your thoughts might be on that. Thank you.
I have not specifically read the comments. I have been talking to Dr. Penny Bishop about that. I have not read the updated comments, but I would be happy to read them and respond.
Okay, any other questions from members of the committee? Thank you very much for your comments. Representative Millette.
Thank
Did you have a
Mr.
question
Chair.
for Ms. Nissen?
I do.
Okay.
Ms. Nissen, so you've identified that a single content area for a middle level teacher is of concern. What would you think would be a better number? Would it be 2 content areas?
Yes, we could create teams with 2 content areas.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you very much. We'll now move to Nancy Cronin, who will be speaking in opposition to the bill.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Nancy Cronin. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council. It was difficult to decide whether or not we wanted to testify in opposition of this bill or neither for nor against. We chose opposition because of the strength of our opposition to this one item, which is the expansion to a pre-K through 12 certification and endorsement for, well, there's 4 that would specifically move from a K-12 to pre-K to 12 endorsement. However, it adds no significant course requirement or redesign to those endorsements to include early childhood, which in our opinion creates a significant disservice to our young children, and especially our young children who have a disability or have not yet been identified with a disability, but have one. None of these endorsements contain the critical training of the early childhood teacher. And we want to recognize the true profession and the true quality of an early childhood teacher. Anyone who has witnessed a young child grow and develop has seen the swiftness of developmental changes. Early childhood is a long-standing educational specialty, and it's critical that it stays that specialty with value. Teachers trained in early childhood material understand typically developing milestones. They're most likely able to identify red flags, mitigate them, or be able to move somebody towards the need of special education. Teachers trained in the variety of ways disabilities present themselves at different developmental stages and then intervene change to those developing minds and provide the children the best chance to be ready to succeed in children and frankly life. Early childhood teachers, they build brains quite literally. Without a doubt, specialized training required to understand and teach young children in a developmentally and educationally appropriate way is necessary. And I fear these changes may our young children will access a substandard education, creating a potential unintended gap in kindergarten readiness, will not be identified as having a potential disability, creating a situation where the system fails to find a child who may need special education, and they may not have the specialized knowledge to provide disability appropriate education to the child who is eligible for special education in an integrated system, and provide FAPE. K-12 education is profoundly different than early education. This is why children with disabilities aged 3 to 5 have their own section, IDEA Part B 619, and they have their own requirements. And our professionals who serve our young children must be adequately experienced and trained in order to meet that critical need of young children with disabilities. I thank you very, very much for your time, and I'll be here during work session.
Thank you, Ms. Cronin. Questions from the committee? I see Representative Millette and Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Cronin. I noticed that, would you please comment on the proposed change to the special education certification from 3 different levels to just 1, pre-K to 12, and not just the pre-K part, but the whole span of K to 12?
I agree with the previous speaker. Children with development, children with special education develop at different times, and we clearly need to have people be correctly trained. I'd be more apt to provide a better. I'd like to email you my response to that, though, in detail, if it's okay.
Okey-doke.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cronin, for being with us today. My question is around your, for the lack of a better word, suspicion, which I know that has some baggage, so that's perhaps not the right word. But I'd like to know about your thoughts on the situations, plural, that might arise where a teacher would be reassigned to a pre-K situation, considering we have such a teacher shortage. I'm interested in your thoughts about that forced reassignment that would be allowed within this greater span. I'm assuming that's part of your concern. Can you elaborate on your thoughts about how often this may or may not happen currently? And you may want to address this at the work session, if that's more appropriate. Thank you.
I think I will address it to the work session, but I will make a statement that, principals are in tough situations all the time. And they have to make decisions with the staff people that they have. If the committee and if the state moves more towards having special education be in school districts, that will make it even more pressing for principals to work within existing collective bargaining agreements, providing internal roles before getting external staff, and moving quickly to be able to ensure that those young children are served in a timely manner. The challenge with that, if the teacher does not have the technical knowledge that I'm saying needs to be had, is that those young children might not be served. And when you're looking at 3 to 5 year olds, you're looking at brain development that will never be at a rate that will never be matched again. This is utterly critical that we get this right. So while I don't have suspicions that this will happen in any negative way, other than people just trying to do their job the best they can, I am concerned that this will make it easier to not pay attention to the critical developmental time of early childhood.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Ms. Cronin? Seeing none, we look forward to seeing you at the work session. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Rosemary Angel, speaking in opposition.
All right. Am I on?
Yes, we can't see you. We can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Good morning once again. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Rosemary Angel. I have a PhD in Teaching and Administration in Physical Education from Springfield College and completed my undergraduate and master's degree at UMaine. I was a peak faculty member at a Maine college and was an adjunct teacher for physical education, undergraduate and graduate courses, and I am chair of the Adapted Physical Education Task Force and a public school teacher of adapted physical education. After listening to Ms. Reisler and Ms. Holmes' presentation this morning, I am sort of at a loss as far as what wording to choose as far as support, oppose, neither support or oppose. So I am just going to present my testimony and figure that out along the way, I guess. I'm here to testify in supporting amending one matter related to LD 1933, resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 115, the credentialing of education personnel, a major substantive rule of the Department of Education, State Board of Education. Before I begin, I would like to say bonjour to Madame Desjardins and Madame Alt and Deputy Commissioner Judah, and I wish to thank you and other members of the State Board of Education and Department of Education staff who truly work tirelessly to streamline these credentials. I also want to thank the members of the State Board of Education for reinstating the endorsement for adaptive physical education 515. Although the adaptive physical education endorsement 515 has been reinstated, it has not been updated except for minor changes. I am suggesting that the APE credential be updated. In my teaching assignment, I teach students who qualify for special education in 9 out of 13 of the IDEA categories. I am forever grateful to the educators that provided me with a robust education and research background. I just wish I had more coursework focused on teaching students on the autism spectrum and those with challenging behaviors who present more at our schools. And I'm pursuing that expertise to add to my educator tool belt. Again, I'm thankful for the APE endorsement 515 that has been reinstated. This endorsement assures that teachers achieving this endorsement have the interest, knowledge, and skills to teach students with different abilities. My main opposition to LD 1933 is to the new school health and physical education credential. I believe it lowers the teaching standards of all teachers in Maine who teach health and physical education. That is, those of us that are fully credentialed in the content area of our respective profession, all 24 hours in the content and 15 weeks of student teaching. Why 15 weeks? Because most individuals pursuing a health education credential 520 or physical education credential 510 typically do student teaching in more than one grade span or grade level. I want to make clear the Department of Education has already determined a pathway to provide any individual with a degree to be credentialed in any other subject matter. For example, a teacher earning a credential in physical education 510 can take additional courses in health education 520 by pursuing the conditional pathway, completing 24 credit hours in the content and a student teaching experience. Let's examine a student working toward a degree in physical education from UMaine. This pre-service teacher will earn a physical education degree and have 15 credits in a health concentration when they graduate. The concentration is one more course than in health education than is required of an individual who is pursuing a school health and physical education credential. And achieve the physical education 510 credential. The Department of Education, I'm sure, wants qualified teachers in classrooms teaching students in school in Maine, regardless of size. Otherwise, they would not have created the Maine Department of Education beginning teacher standards 10+1. These standards cannot be achieved by allowing individuals to gain professional status with half the content knowledge and skills. Half the content knowledge in health education, half the content knowledge in physical education, and half of the student teaching requirements. These two content areas have a different set of pedagogical content knowledge and skills. I was a physical education teacher education faculty at Maine College, where I taught undergraduate courses and supervised student teachers and practicums. I am here to tell you that 12 credits in physical education content is not sufficient to prepare individuals to teach physical education. Pre-service physical education teachers struggle in their student teaching experience and continue to struggle in their first years of teaching. Mentors assigned to new physical education teachers or new health education teachers are often located in different schools, therefore don't get the support they need when they need support. The licensing of professionals in education in Maine have always had high standards. Hence, the establishment of Rule Chapter 180, Evaluate Educator Effectiveness. Small schools should not have educators who do not have the same content knowledge and pedagogical skills equal to that of educators in large schools. Surely the Department of Education and small school administrators have considered other alternatives, such as sharing faculty within the school district. Wouldn't it be better to have a health educator with a 520 credential or a physical educator with a 510 credential shared among schools rather than a health educator or physical educator with half of the content knowledge and half of the pedagogical skills? How about a physical educator with a 510 and 515 credential working in multiple schools within the school district? Wouldn't that be a better use of expertise? Other matters of concern. The individuals who hold the school health and physical education credential is not a highly qualified and highly effective teacher, according to most professional standards in health education and physical education in most states and in most professional organizations. Will the individual with school health and physical education credential be able to achieve certification in other states? School administrators interviewing candidates for open positions will have to carefully examine the transcripts of teachers with a school health and physical education credential and compare that with a fully certified or credentialed physical educator or health educator. It is unknown whether they will hire an individual with fewer content knowledge and or fewer pedagogical skills. School health programs to teach. Will the individual earning this certificate have sufficient content knowledge in school health programs to teach the following required content identified in statutes related to 4711, Elementary Course of Study, Mental Health and Reducing Stigma. Statute 4712, Junior High or Middle Course of Study, Mental Health and Reducing Stigma. Statute 4501, School Approval Requirements 5B, Suicide Awareness Education and Training. Statute 4502, School Approval Requirements, Child Sexual Abuse Prevention Education Response. Statute 6304, Automated External Defibrillators and Cardiopulmonary Resuscitation. Statute 6671, Youth Mental Health First Aid Training. Statute 1902, Definitions 1A, Maine Comprehensive Family Life Education. Statute 272, Tobacco Prevention and Control Programs. I oppose the new proposed credential, school health, physical education for the following reasons. All of the reasons.
Ms. Engdahl, could you try to summarize your comments?
Sure. 12 credits of health education content is not sufficient to be an effective health educator. 12 credits of physical education content is not sufficient to be an effective physical educator. One methods course for professional certification that spans pre-K to grade 12 is not sufficient. One semester, 15 weeks of both physical education and health education student teaching is not sufficient to be an effective teacher. Once again, I thank you for reinstating the adapted physical education credential. I want to extend my thanks to members of the State Board of Education for their work in preparing this document. I oppose LD 1933 and wish for the reason to amend or remove the school health and physical education credential. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will now move to people speaking neither for nor against the bill. And the first person I have is Carrie Woodcock.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you yet.
Oh,
Now we can.
I will make that change. Sorry about that. There you go.
Okay, now we have both.
Great. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Carrie Woodcock, and I am the member of Two Children with Special Needs and the Executive Director for Maine Parent Federation, the federally funded Parent Training and Information Center, Family to Family Health Information Center, and the statewide Family Network. We assist families of children with disabilities and special healthcare needs to navigate all systems of care. I'm submitting this testimony neither for nor against LD 1933, a resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 115, the credentialing of educational personnel, a major substantive rule of the Department of Education, State Board of Education, Maine, and State Board Education. Maine Parent Federation would like to comment on two areas of the proposed amendments: educational certificate endorsement shifting from K through 12 to pre-K through 12, and the restatement of the adaptive physical education endorsement. MPF has serious concerns about changing educational certificates from K-12 to pre-K through 12 without the inclusion of the critical training for pre-K through 12 students to attain these certificates. Currently in Maine, in order to obtain an early childhood teacher certificate, teachers must complete the following courses: early childhood special education, teaching science for young children, teaching numeracy for young children, diversity of development in childhood. If the state would like to move to include the opportunity of teachers to obtain a pre-K through 12 certification, the state should also require that in order to obtain that certification, they should successfully complete the above course load. MPF is concerned that if this training is not included, teachers who are not equipped to provide curriculum to pre-K students will be instructing these students. It is crucial for early identification that individuals providing instructions to our pre-K students in our state are equipped with the skills and knowledge to identify appropriate developmental skill sets. It is well documented that early identification and early intervention are crucial to the future success of children. MPF is also concerned the state is moving in this direction in order to ease the transition of 4-year-olds into our public school system. This is a shortcut which our state and our children cannot afford. It is our belief that this change, without the inclusion of the appropriate course load, will result in our pre-K students not receiving the quality education they deserve. It is for these reasons that MPF does not support the expansion of K through 12 certification to pre-K through 12 within Chapter 115. MPF would like to thank the members of the State Board of Education who supported the restatement of the adaptive physical education endorsement. It is so important for our special education students to have access to the properly trained professionals in order to access their free and appropriate public education and physical education. It is a very important aspect of their education. Adaptive physical education provides for our students with disabilities the ability for better emotional regulation, stress release, modified physical activities, which will encourage lifelong participation, social development, and better mental health. In order to ensure that the physical education students with disabilities are receiving is appropriate, it is necessary that they have access to a teacher who holds an APE certification. This certification means this teacher has the ability to observe these students, understands their strengths and limitations, and can take all that into consideration when recommending appropriate and safe modifications. APE certified teachers in our schools will result in improved access to a student's least restricted physical education environment with the appropriate accommodations and modifications. It is for these reasons that MPF supports the reinstatement of the APA endorsement within Chapter 115. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions for Ms. Woodcock? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now go to Courtney Bololin. Good to see you again today.
Hello again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the committee. I'm Courtney Bololin, the Executive Director of the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association, which is comprised of curriculum administrators, assistant superintendents, instructional coaches, and other instructional leaders in over 100 districts from Fort Kent to Kittery, encompassing over 80% of Maine's students. On behalf of MCLA, I'm testifying neither for nor against LD 1933. We acknowledge and are extremely grateful for the thoughtful and thorough revision process skillfully facilitated by Deputy Commissioner Chuda. The voices of educators and stakeholders from around the state, including MCLA members, were included and valued. And in general, the credentialing revisions are needed and do much to eliminate previous obstacles to certification, and we are in favor of those changes. Unfortunately, there are changes to the elementary teacher endorsement that MCLA cannot support, along with my other education organization colleagues you have already heard from today. Specifically, the elimination of grades 7 and 8 from the endorsement 002 elementary teacher. Eliminating grades 7 and 8 from this general endorsement is problematic. First, the change brings certification areas out of line with current practice and reasonable practice. Many would argue that it is pedagogically advisable for reasons such as interdisciplinary learning, smaller teams, and schools where teachers know their students' needs very well to keep the elementary teacher certification as flexible as possible. Without a doubt, Maine's teachers need to be well prepared to teach their students. However, at the middle school level, this determination can be made case by case, considering the content in those classes and the overall background of the teaching candidate. As one example, it is easy to imagine a situation with a teacher with a large number of science credits, but few college math credits, who is quite well versed in concepts and methods well beyond middle school mathematics and well prepared to teach 8th grade science and math. Second, this change would likely decrease the number of teachers eligible to teach at the middle level at a time when the state is already experiencing a critical teacher shortage. The proposed middle level endorsement does not fix these problems, as it is also subject specific, like the secondary teacher certification. Because of the changes to the elementary certification, we cannot fully support LD 1933 and urge the committee to keep the current elementary educator certificate as it is, spanning grades K through 8. I'm open to questions and can be available for the work session as well.
Well, thank you very much for your comments and your testimony, and we would welcome you at work session. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Representative Millette?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard earlier this afternoon, I think it was in this afternoon, from Deputy Commissioner Tuda that currently certified K through 8 will remain in effect unless they allow their certification to lapse. Does that address some of your concerns?
No, because even new teachers coming in, middle levels need to have that flexibility. For, as you heard Dr. Gertnessen talking about, for the interdisciplinary and flexible nature of middle school programming, but also just from the other perspective of our small rural schools, where just the sheer number of teachers available to teach is a problem, and limiting middle level grades 5 through 8 to subject specific certification will greatly reduce the number of eligible applicants.
Do you happen to know how many additional credits a elementary certified teacher would need in order to get the middle level certification?
I do not. I would have to, I see Dan Chuda is still here. He might be able to. I don't know the specifics, but it is in addition, and it is subject specific, which is a concern.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to ask for the work session, if we perhaps could have someone like Dean Yardley, who runs our teacher program at UMF, if she could either be present or provide information about, because I know we had an extensive conversation the last go around. This definitely feels like deja vu, Groundhog Day, you name it. And I believe Ms. Yardley has some good information for us about what actually is involved in having an educator be certified in a middle level versus elementary. Thank you.
She is scheduled to testify shortly. So,
excellent.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Boland, and we look forward to seeing you at the work session.
Thank you.
The next person we have speaking neither for nor against is Flynn Ross, and we see that you're here and you now have the floor.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. Thank you for your marathon session here. I'm Flynn Ross, Chair of Teacher Education at the University of Southern Maine, and I'm speaking as a representative of the University of Maine system. At USM, we graduate over 100 new teachers a year in our undergraduate and graduate programs in K-12, general education, special education, art, music, and teaching English to speakers of other languages. We work with our school partners in nearly 30 districts concentrated in Southern Maine. This year, in response to the pandemic, more than 25% of our student teaching interns are also district employees, helping to address the teacher labor shortage. These paid internships and teacher residencies in some districts mutually serve the USM students and the Maine school districts in which they are placed. In the residency model, the PK-12 students in their classrooms have the benefit of a well-qualified mentor teacher to help fill any gaps that arise from the inexperience of the student teacher intern. Both the residents and their fully certified mentors have the further support and safety net of expert teacher educators at USM. We believe this is the model, is the way of the future to ensure high quality teaching for all of our students. We are grateful for all of the work that has been put into by the State Board of Education and the Maine Department of Education staff on revisions to Chapter 115. And we feel that most of it should pass with a partial adoption, as outlined earlier by Hillary and JC. We strongly endorse many of the revisions, including changes to the grade levels to pre-K3, K6, and 612, removal of the praxis exams, and recognition of the need for all certified teachers to understand literacy and issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Additionally, my colleagues in the Department of Linguistics at USM applaud the addition of Hebrew, Arabic, and American Sign Language to the list of world languages for certification. This is long overdue and reflective of the needs of Maine students and schools. USM is already exploring adding a pathway to support students seeking world language certification in ASL. On behalf of my USM colleagues and teacher preparation programs across the system, we are, however, very concerned about making permanent the emergency teacher certification in Part 1, Section 6-7 on page 17. This emergency certification was initiated during the pandemic state of emergency, was approved last summer, and only recently added to Chapter 115 as part of LD 1189 under these pandemics situation. We understand the unprecedented educator shortage facing Maine schools. However, the research elsewhere has repeatedly demonstrated the detrimental impact on student learning, on school capacity, when unqualified teachers are permitted to teach. There is no Maine-based data or research on the outcomes of the emergency certification on student achievement or teacher retention in Maine that suggest it should become permanent. Very concerned about the 375 emergency certifications that were mentioned earlier. In fact, in the 2018 MEPRI report on teacher turnover in Maine, it raised concerns about the prevalence and inequitable distribution of new teachers across school districts by poverty level, even before the pandemic intensified these challenges. The role of the State Board of Education is to set a minimum standard for teacher certification to ensure that Maine students in every zip code have access to quality teachers. This minimum standard should include demonstration of content knowledge, pedagogical preparation, and clinical experience, as clearly presented in a crosswalk of its research to aspects of Chapter 115 that MEPRI has provided to the State Board. And Amy Johnson just emailed you all, I understand, in a table that was shared with this committee. The emergency certificate requires no clinical experience, no pedagogical preparation, and no minimum content knowledge, only some demonstration of a post-secondary degree equivalent or enrollment in a teacher preparation program, not even continued enrollment. They can just say they're enrolled, get the certification, and leave, which some have done. It should only be issued in cases that are true emergencies, as verified under the careful review of a commissioner's waiver. This waiver process already exists in rule. Therefore, you don't need the emergency, you already have the waiver. Our program at USM already lost at least 5 students this year to job offers under emergency or conditional certifications. In my recent research, and I'm referencing a table, my testimony you should have sent in advance, and I have created a table. I use the Maine Department of Ed's public data dashboard to identify the distribution of new teachers defined as having less than 4 years of teaching, compared with a school district's percent of students receiving free and reduced lunch. There is a strong correlation with the highest turnover and need to support new teachers found in our highest poverty schools. For example, in Cape Elizabeth, only 2% of their teachers have fewer than 4 years of teaching experience, whereas in Lewiston, it's 34%. The costs of recruiting, preparing, mentoring unprepared emergency and conditionally certified teachers is a burden placed on our most vulnerable students and least well-funded school districts. We can and must do better. And I urge you to take a look at the graph, and I'm glad to provide the data. It's right out of the Department of Ed's database. Immediate solutions to the teacher shortage crisis include teacher residency programs like we have at USM that fill classrooms with well-supervised teacher candidates who have modified job positions that allow them the time and support to continue learning to become fully certified teachers. Well-prepared teachers are more likely to remain in classrooms long-term, improve student achievement, and build capacity for years to come. Teacher residency programs must be paired with policies to strengthen the teaching profession through compensation, working conditions, student loan forgiveness, leadership and retention policies, and others outlined in the soon-to-be released report from the Maine Department of Ed Educator Talent Committee, based on research policy report from the Learning Policy Institute. Thank you for your service on behalf of Maine students and schools, including at our public universities. I welcome your questions and I'm glad to be available for work sessions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ross. We appreciate your comments, and hopefully you will be available at work session. But at this point, are there any questions from members of the committee? Again, thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you at work session. The next person that we have to testify neither for nor against is Kathy Yardley, and I know she did join us at one. I thought she had joined. Yes.
Yes, I am here.
Hi.
Hi. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Catherine Yardley, and I'm the Associate Provost and Dean of the College of Education, Health, and Rehabilitation at the University of Maine at Farmington. I am here to testify today on behalf of UMF and the University of Maine system. While I appreciate the magnitude of the work undertaken by the State Board of Education and the department to revise the endorsements articulated in Chapter 115, I believe there are still some issues worthy of further consideration. You'll hear from my colleagues across UMS about some of our remaining shared concerns, and my testimony will focus on the proposed early childhood teacher 081 endorsement and the 282 teacher of children with disabilities endorsement. UMF has a longstanding commitment to preparing highly qualified and certified early childhood educators and leaders, and is the only university in Maine that offers undergraduate majors in early childhood education and early childhood special education, and a master's degree in early childhood education. UMF also offers an early childhood degree completion program at Southern Maine Community College to serve working adult learners. There are many revisions in Chapter 115 that are positive. Expansion of the early elementary 029 certification to include pre-K provides additional flexibility for teachers and administrators. I also fully support the inclusion of a required student teaching experience in the proposed 081 birth through kindergarten endorsement, as this is not currently required in the 081 birth through age 5 endorsement. That said, I would encourage the committee to more clearly define the setting where this student teaching should take place, and specifically recommend that student teaching should be allowed in any educational setting serving children ages birth through kindergarten. This flexibility would allow for student teaching in multiple settings, including infant and toddler care, Head Start, child care centers, and public schools, all settings facing unprecedented shortages in the hiring of qualified early childhood educators. I also want to address the proposed 282 endorsement, focusing primarily on birth to age 5. Early intervention, which focuses on infants and toddlers, and early childhood special education have been found to have a significant impact on the cognitive, motor, language, and social emotional development of young children who've been identified as being at risk or having developmental delays or disabilities. As written, there is no language in the 282 birth through 5 endorsement indicating that the content of required courses should be specific to birth through age 5. Just as the 081 and the 029 certifications specifically reference early childhood or the young child in required course titles, courses required for the 282 birth to 5 endorsement should do the same to ensure that course content focuses on the needs of children and their families ages birth to 5. The 282 endorsement has changed significantly from K to 8 and 7 to 12 to pre-K to 12. While pre-K has been included in the new grade span, there is no evidence that coursework will address issues specific to preschool age children and their families. Early childhood special educators are prepared to have a deep understanding of diversity in child development, inclusive early childhood settings, instructional strategies to support young children with disabilities, embedded instruction, collaboration with families and professional, and assistive technology to support children's play and learning. This preparation varies significantly from the preparation of teachers working with K-12 students and is not explicitly stated in the proposed pre-K to 12 requirements. Therefore, I recommend that the pre-K to 12 endorsement includes a minimum requirement of 1 course addressing early childhood special education if it is necessary to expand the K-12 endorsement to include pre-K. While student teaching or a year of experience is required for all other endorsements, the 282 B-5 endorsement does not include it. This has been a long-standing concern as someone can become a certified teacher without ever having any experience working with children, and I strongly recommend its inclusion. While the above testimony focused on part 2 of chapter 115, I also want to voice my concern for the emergency teacher certificate presented in chapter 115, part 1. Numerous research studies have shown the importance of high quality early education for all children, but especially children from low income families. An important element of high quality education is teachers who have received formal education and training. And I've provided quite a bit more detail in my written testimony specific to early childhood and the research studies that have been done. In summary, high quality care and education play a crucial role in children's growth and development, as well as in later educational attainment and economic outcomes. Given that well-prepared teachers are always an indicator of quality, I endorse the inclusion of student teaching in B-5 settings for the 081 birth through K and 282 B-5 endorsements, the inclusion of specific early childhood, young child language in the 282 birth to 5 endorsement, and the removal of the emergency teacher certificate from part 1 of chapter 115. Thank you for considering this testimony and for all of the thoughtful consideration you're giving to this work. I'm happy to answer any questions or be available at a work session if I could be helpful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ardley. Are there any questions? Representative Millette, did you want to ask your question at this point?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Dean Yardley. Very nice to see you.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
So we are back at the question around middle school endorsement that we had last go around. And I was hoping that you could share with us what a student would have to do. So if a student was studying for an elementary endorsement, what would they have to do in addition to get the middle school endorsement? And then a middle school endorsement to be able to teach 2 content areas?
Minimally, they would have to have 24 credits in the content area that they would be teaching. So per content area is the way it's currently structured. And then they would need to have a methods course appropriate for teaching that area. I believe I'd have to go back to check the new regs because I was focused on early childhood today, but the content area would be something that they would have to have in order to be certified as a middle level teacher.
Does UMF have any program now to help elementary students who are going for the elementary certification to also get the middle education educator certification?
They have, our students all have the content necessary for one particular area. And right now UMF is actually undergoing a review of all of its curriculum and planning to create a middle level minor so that students could become eligible for the middle level requirement. However, it is quite extensive to ensure that all of those requirements are met.
Thank you.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dean Yardley, for being here today and helping us understand at a level that perhaps we did not before. My question is around a chicken and egg scenario that you partially addressed in answering Representative Millet's question. Perhaps for the work session, could you and others be prepared to speak about the university's ability to adapt to these new rules or lack of ability to adapt to the new rules? And what about a time frame so that we can ensure that that teachers are ready in that sort of evolving span of perhaps a freshman who enrolls this year? When would they be ready? That sort of information would be wonderful if you could. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. Any other questions for Ms. Yardley? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here, and hopefully we'll see you at the work session. Next, I have Penny Bishop. Ms. Bishop, I see that you're here and you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Penny Bishop. Last July, I was appointed Dean of the College of Education and Human Development at the University of Maine. As the College of Education and Human Development at Maine's Research University, we serve the state's schools in this shifting global landscape in 3 main ways. We prepare high-quality teachers and educational leaders. We provide essential outreach programs across the entire state, and we conduct research that directly informs educational policy and practice. I'd like to thank you all for what you've done to support Maine students and educators during this extremely difficult time, and I want to acknowledge the significant work undertaken by the State Board of Ed, by Deputy Commissioner Chuta, and the Department of Education to carefully revise the teaching endorsements articulated in Chapter 115. There's a lot to appreciate about these revisions, and I'm speaking primarily today to address 2 concerns: the emergency teacher certificate, which came through 1189, and the preparation of middle school teachers. As someone who is from away, I can tell you that Maine is seen as an innovator in education. We and other states watched admiringly while you led the nation in integrating technology in public schools. And arriving here this summer from Vermont, I was similarly impressed by how Maine had pivoted to remote learning. Most states implemented a one-size-fits-all online curriculum. And in contrast, Maine's Department of Education provided project-based, student-centered online modules to teachers and families to ensure high-quality learning for children and youth. This was really, really impressive to me. None of this may seem relevant in a hearing on Chapter 115, but it is in fact precisely the point. The work of teaching is complex and never more so than now. Research has demonstrated that effective teachers draw on 3 types of knowledge: knowledge of learners, knowledge of the subject matter, and knowledge of teaching more generally. Section 7 of Chapter 115 allows for the provision of an emergency teacher certificate, which would enable people to teach Maine students without any of this preparation. But research tells us 3 things about emergency teacher certification that I know we want to avoid. First, hiring teachers without preparation negatively affects student learning. Nationally, we know that higher numbers of emergency certified teachers are associated with lower student levels of student learning. Emergency certified teachers are rated lower than teachers with preparation in every category by their principals. And teachers with preparation also have higher levels of efficacy, which is also linked to higher student learning. So in short, well-prepared teachers produce significantly higher student outcomes than emergency certified teachers. Second, hiring teachers without preparation negatively affects local economies. Emergency certified teachers are 2.5 times more likely to leave the teaching profession after their first year compared to their well-prepared peers. Teacher turnover is, of course, bad for student learning, but it's also bad for budgets. Each time they need to replace a teacher, school districts spend on average $10,000 on expenses related to recruitment, hiring, and training. So what does this mean for Maine? A recent MEPRI report calculated Maine's annual teacher turnover rate at 8.7%. This suggests that of the approximately 15,000 teachers employed in Maine schools this year, 1,300 teaching positions will need to be refilled next year. Statewide, then, we'll spend around $13 million as a result of teacher turnover, money that would be better invested directly in classrooms and in raising pay for the profession. What does it mean for local communities? Let's take RSU 25 as an example. RSU 25 serves the communities of Bucksport, Orland, Prospect, and Verona Island. Over the past 3 years, it's replaced an average of 16 teachers per year. This represents an additional $160,000 annual expenditure. Now, of course, we can't control all teacher turnover, but retaining even half of those teachers would save those communities $80,000 annually. Well-prepared teachers stay in schools longer. Strong preparation makes it likely they will remain in the profession, which results in fewer disruptions to learning and fewer dollars being spent unnecessarily. Third, hiring teachers without preparation negatively affects equity. As you've heard from my colleagues earlier, the largest concentrations of teachers who are unprepared tend to be in the highest need areas. This disproportionately affects the state's most disadvantaged students, and it works against Maine Department of Education's strategic priorities, which include to promote educational excellence and equity for all Maine learners. Enabling an emergency teacher certification has the likely effect of working against the hard work and investments in equity already accomplished by this committee, by the department, and by Maine schools. I recognize that the emergency teacher certificate came out of LD 1189. Because of this, the State Board of Education was limited in its ability to respond to concerns regarding it. We have the chance now, though, to proceed cautiously with regard to emergency credentials. I fully recognize, respect, and agree that schools need flexibility in staffing to respond to this challenging teacher workforce issue. And fortunately, Chapter 115 contains other suitable options that allow this flexibility, such as the conditional certificate, or in a true emergency, a waiver from the Commissioner of Education. As we look toward the pandemic, beyond the pandemic, and surely we must look beyond the pandemic, I urge you not to institutionalize what was intended to be a temporary measure without first studying its potential effects on the state of Maine. I will add that I share the concerns voiced by Gert Nessen of Leonard Middle School and Holly Blair of the Maine Principals Association, as well as others, regarding the credentialing of middle school teachers. As it stands, the educator licensing for middle grades keeps school leaders from implementing what we know to be effective for this unique age group. For the past 20 years, I've conducted research specifically on middle school teacher preparation, and I would be very happy to inform this conversation should you find this helpful. In closing, my colleagues in the university system and I are working hard to address the teacher pipeline problem. We're seeking to reduce obstacles, to create greater flexibility, and get more adequately prepared teachers into Maine schools. We're submitting federal grants. We're partnering with superintendents and school boards to pilot teacher residencies. We're launching out-of-state recruitment campaigns. Each of these strategies will enable us to strengthen our teacher workforce by placing well-prepared educators in classrooms. And I look forward to working together for the children and youth of Maine to do just this. Thank you for your time and consideration today. My written testimony includes more detail on these issues, and I would also welcome any questions or comments you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for the work session, please. I wonder from whom we might be able to get some statistics on recent placements of teachers outside their scope of certification and whether or not those were voluntary or involuntary placements to address emergency sorts of situations. And I'm specifically interested in the middle school data on that, if that might be available somewhere, please. And further, if that could be related to the high number of emergency certifications that have been granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bishop, in your opinion, is 6 credits in a content area sufficient for appropriately educating our students in 7th and 8th grade?
In my opinion, it is not.
So Ms. Bishop, we're very glad that you migrated from Vermont to Maine, and certainly their loss is our gain. So thank you for being here, and we look forward to seeing you at work session. Seeing no other questions, the next person I have is Tara Williams. And again, speaking neither for nor against. Ms. Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Tara Williams. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association for the Education of Young Children, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Maine AYC, sharing written testimony from our Policy Director, Heather Martin, in regards to LD 1933. Our written testimony has quite a bit of information that I don't want to read through in order to save time, but I do want to highlight a few things within each section, or one thing within each section. So we start by addressing thoughts on the addition of both child and human development semester hours, as well as diversity-centered content and culturally responsive teaching in teacher preparation in these main endorsements. And we just want to recognize the importance of these additions, the fact that understanding human development is an integral skill for educators, and that preparing teachers to support and foster diverse and inclusive classrooms helps the teachers recognize the abilities, the identities of their students, and have classroom environments that create a sense of belonging and for our students to have meaningful representation. In the area around eligibility pathways, we want to recognize the importance of the certification pathway, including other possibilities beyond passing a basic skills assessment, including the higher level GPA and completing a successful portfolio review. This is important. Having more than one way for adults to demonstrate skills and competencies is just what we do with children and youth, and should carry on to our adult preparation and development here in Maine. When it comes to the early childhood endorsement 081, there's a proposal here to add kindergarten to the teacher certification. And we feel this is a way of recognizing that early educators have the competencies and skills to teach kindergarten. And we're hopeful that by aligning kindergarten teacher preparation with infant, toddler, and preschool preparation, this will be a step in Maine towards bringing more child-centered, play-based, and interdisciplinary learning into classroom environments. We really want our kindergarten teachers to be prepared to meet the needs of young children in all of their cognitive, social, emotional, physical, and self-care and independent skills that they're working on in these early years. We had one question, which was addressed in a little bit in some earlier testimony around the student teaching component of this 081 endorsement, and really just hope that there's some clarification in the language to ensure that this student teaching can take place in licensed childcare programs, including Head Starts. I actually feel that it's important that it be recommended that that is part of a teacher's student teaching experience when they're getting the 081 certification. Several endorsements were changed to go from pre-K or from K to 12 to pre-K to 12. And we feel this is an important moment to address the way the developmental stage of early childhood, which is birth through third grade, and the fact that children learn best through play and exploration, and when their day has content integrated with long blocks of time for learning. When we take a lot of our K to 12 endorsements and add pre-K on, we are concerned that we may not be recognizing what it means to bring pre-K into public school settings, and that it does not necessarily mean to have the child's day and structure and routine look like that of older grades and older peers. So this is less a comment on the exact language, but more recognizing that we need to make sure that we're really focusing on early childhood as an expertise, and thinking through what it means to tack that on to a K to 12 without the proper early childhood training which has been noted by some previous testimonies. I won't go too far into the last section of the testimony around the 282 teachers of children with disabilities, just to say when it comes to this section, along with the early childhood, previous testimony by Nancy Cronin, Carrie Woodcock, and Kathy Yardley spoke very well to this area, particularly around the importance of understanding the developmental stages of children's disabilities, but that is just as important as understanding the developmental stages of their typically developing peers. And it is concerning to us to see a pre-K to 12 special education endorsement here. That is all. Thank you so much for listening. I'm available for the work session if that would be helpful, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And we look forward to seeing you at the work session. So thank you. That concludes what I have on my list, Eli, but I do see there may be one other person to testify.
Yes, Representative, we have one more from the University of Maine system, Alana Margison.
Okay. So just so members of the committee understand, Ms. Magerson would be our last person to testify on this issue. The next bill we have, which is LD 1935, there are only two people that are scheduled to testify. So if we show a little bit more perseverance, we should be able to get to the end of this public hearing and move through the next one fairly quickly. So at this point, Ms. Margerson, you have the floor.
Thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Alana Margison, and I'm Director of the Education Program and Assistant Professor at the University of Maine at Presque Isle. I currently teach courses on pedagogy, assessment, literacy, and inclusion to pre-service teachers. Prior to joining UMPI as an instructional designer in 2016, I was a middle and high school English teacher in Aroostook County for 16 years. I'm also proud to be the 2012 Maine Teacher of the Year. I join my colleagues today from across the University of Maine system in providing feedback about the proposed Chapter 115 emergency certificate rules informed by evidence and experience in Maine's PK-12 and post-secondary classrooms. I am submitting this testimony neither for nor against LD 1933. I am in favor of several changes, which I will highlight momentarily. I also have some concerns about the emergency certificate. On behalf of my colleagues and the students we serve, I want to thank the State Board of Education and the Maine Department of Education for their work in revising Chapter 115. I enthusiastically support several elements to improve teacher preparedness, including additional literacy coursework for elementary education majors, a course in child development, a course with a focus on diversity-centered content and culturally responsive teaching, and removal of praxis exams. I will support much of what my colleagues have already talked about with research provided by organizations such as MEPRI on critical teacher workforce shortages, as well as those statewide conversations and examples of local need that have been amplified by COVID-19. The proposed emergency teacher certification language allows for an applicant to hold a 4-year post-secondary degree or equivalent in work or academic experience. I am concerned that this option may lead to teachers in classrooms with no pedagogical knowledge or skill, practical experience in classrooms, or content area expertise. Each day, teachers make educated decisions to meet the learning, social, and emotional needs of students. And research indicates that each hour a teacher engages in between 200 to 300 exchanges with students that require in-the-moment decisions, such as choosing instructional strategies that are differentiated and personalized, designing purposeful aligned assessments, providing remediation in light of the assessment results, enacting effective classroom management, and building inclusive, positive classroom cultures. Remote and hybrid teaching and learning modalities, now a necessity during the pandemic and likely beyond, add additional complexity to instructional decision-making. Effective preparation of a teacher, including both education and experience, impacts learners' academic, social, and emotional experiences in the classroom. During my year of service as the 2012 Maine Teacher of the Year, I was able to reflect on my teaching journey and preparation. A foundation in my content area of English, combined with coursework and experiences practicing intentional design of learning experiences, helped me stick it out during a very challenging first year of teaching and beyond. I quickly realized that my professors were so right. Students must know you care before they care how much you know. And I'm grateful that I was cognizant of the importance of building these relationships and making students feel safe and welcomed before they could learn. I firmly believe that the coursework, field experiences, and mentorship as part of my pre-service teacher training provided me with professional knowledge, skills, strategies, and what I often refer to as a deep teacher toolbox. Teachers must be able to apply knowledge of content, differentiated instructional strategies, and assessment types and purposes in order to engage and support students in the moment. I believe that my success working with students is rooted in deep intentional preparation and practice in the field of education. An additional concern regarding emergency certification is what constitutes equivalent in work or academic experience. With the need for knowledge and skill and the science of teaching a clear factor in student experience and achievement, more clarity surrounding applicant preparation feels like the best decision for students. Another option for emergency certification includes that an applicant is enrolled in an approved educator preparation program. While I understand the intent of this language is to recruit those already interested and invested in teaching as a career, I believe that students may have experienced vastly different levels of coursework, fieldwork, and preparation depending on where they are in terms of their program progression. For example, typical experiences for first-year students would not include the nuances of instruction, assessment, and classroom management yet, ideal for assuming a lead teacher role in a classroom. I also wonder if trade-offs of this aspect of emergency certification may ultimately be pre-service teacher attrition. Pre-service teachers may abandon their education programs to seek positions that they may not be adequately trained for. While addressing teacher shortages is the ultimate common goal, I believe that emergency certification may diminish the knowledge, skill, and purposefully designed field experiences that help educators design learning that's personalized, rigorous, responsive, and inclusive. From both my 16 years of teaching at the middle and high school levels and now working with pre-service teachers, my education and experience lead me to believe that we should pursue and commit to recruitment and strategies and certification processes that reflect a standard of preparation that keep the multiplex nature of learners and learning as our focus. I thank you for this opportunity to speak today and look forward to answering your questions, and will make myself available for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here, and congratulations on being the Teacher of the Year. There any questions from members of the committee? Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Margerson, did you submit your testimony online?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, I'll look again. If you could just maybe submit it just to be sure, because I see that you're listed to speak, but I don't see your testimony.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And at this point, we've exhausted the people who have signed up to testify. And before I officially, I'll officially close the public hearing on LD 1933. We do have the work session scheduled for next Thursday afternoon. And as Representative Millette has pointed out, it may be an extended work session and take a little bit longer than we anticipate at this point. And Mr. Shuda, if I could ask you at this point, just in preparation for the work session, do you intend to be able to respond to the many comments that were made during the public hearing? Or would you be offering any amendments or potential modifications?
Well, again, I can't speak for the state board whose rule this is.
Okay.
However, the one piece that I think Hillary can probably assist you with as well is related to the emergency component, which is law at this point. And I don't believe, but again, I'll defer to Hillary and her support analysis on the impact that you can take through this resolve related to Chapter 115. So I know you heard a lot about that piece in particular.
Okay.
So the other pieces we can certainly work through with Chair of the State Board as far as responses to grade level implications.
Thank you. And I would encourage, obviously, members of the committee, any questions that you have that you could submit to Hillary beforehand, that she could then make sure that the appropriate response is given either by the state board or by DOE. That would facilitate the discussion at the work session. Hillary.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. I was just going to mention, if there are additional follow-up questions that didn't get asked during this public hearing today, feel free to submit them to me and I'll try to direct them to the right person. The other thing I typically try to do when we have these larger rules is to compile a list of those specific areas that have been raised as areas of concern. So if there are additional areas of concern that you did not hear raised today at the public hearing, if you want to let me know, I can try to flag those areas for further discussion in a similar way that we did with the Department Omnibus bill earlier this session, just so that you can hone in on those particular aspects. Just let me know.
And just to reiterate what Ms. Risler and Ms. Holmes told us earlier, the committee is in the position to oppose the bill, but we can amend it and put language in the bill that would require the department to adopt rules pursuant to that language. So we're not in a ought not to pass on the bill, and we're not in a position of that we have to pass it without potential modifications. So.
And then I would also just add, in the Zoom world we are in, I know a lot of questions were asked, or a lot of requests for people to be at the work session. Eli and I will do our best to make sure that those who you ask questions of are available and present for the work session. But if there's anyone else in particular, or if there is someone today in particular that you want to make sure gets a Zoom invite, so would be present for the work session, please reach out to Eli or I, and we'll try to make sure that they get access.
So we still have one other public hearing, and we have two people. Eli, are there any more that have? No. Okay. So we'll quickly or do that public hearing as quickly as we possibly can. It's LD 1935. So I will officially open the public hearing on LD 1935. And Ms. Holmes, if you would present the bill, that would be great.
LD 1935 is chapters 60 and 61, which are both state board rules. One is on new school siting approval. 61 is State Board of Education rules for major capital school construction, and chapter 125 is basic school approval standards. The language that was put in all three of those regulations is other considerations around ventilation that states the school administrative unit will utilize the best available practice national standards of the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, Air Conditioning Engineers, or ASHRAE, for inspection, maintenance, ventilation, and filtration. There were no comments received. We had over a 30 or 35-day comment period. None were received. And I do know that we have 2 individuals to testify.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Holmes? Seeing none, we will go to Peter Geiger from the State Board of Education. And Mr. Geiger, thank you for your patience and thank you for being here today. So we look forward to your comments.
Thank you very much. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Peter Geiger. I am chair of the School Construction Committee of the State Board of Education. I'm here today on behalf of the State Board to speak in support of LD 1935, resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 60, new schools siting approval, portions of Chapter 61, State Board of Education rules for major capital school construction projects, and portions of Chapter 125, basic school approval standards, public schools, and school administrative units, major rules for the Department of Education, State Board of Education. The State Board's Construction Committee has grown increasingly aware of over several years that our present air quality provisions are not consistent with the best available techniques and technology for air quality and safety in schools. Our recent experiences with COVID-19 pandemic have brought heightened awareness to indoor air quality in our schools. Last year, LD 705 formally recognized those needs and charged the State Board to revise standards in 3 of these rules governing air quality and ventilation for all schools, including schools with mechanical and non-mechanical ventilation systems. The continuing COVID-19 pandemic, combined with longstanding funding shortfall in meeting the needs of the state's aging physical plants, has heightened the urgency of focusing our attention on air quality and ventilation in this important area of our school infrastructure. LD 1935 represents an important initiative to respond to the broad and significant statewide issue of the safety of air quality in our students' learning environments. The proposed targeted rule changes in chapters 60, 61, and 125 provide the school administrative units will utilize the best available practices, national standards of the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, ASHRAE, for inspection, maintenance, ventilation, and filtration. ASHRAE is a technical society of more than 50,000 members, organized and operated for exclusive purposes of advancing the arts and science of heating, refrigeration, air conditioning, and ventilation, the allied arts and sciences and related human factors for the benefit of general public. ASHRAE sponsors a research program, develops standards, publishes technical data, and organizes meetings and educational activities for both its members and others professionally concerned with refrigeration processes and design and maintain of indoor environments. So since 1976, ASHRAE has been accredited by the American National Standards Institute as a developer of national standards for indoor air quality. Last revised in 2019, the current applicable ASHRAE standard 62-1 to 2019 ventilation for acceptable indoor air quality, which specifies minimum ventilation rates and other measures for new and existing buildings that outline minimum ventilation rates and other measures intended to provide indoor air quality that is acceptable to human occupants and that minimizes adverse health effects. Referencing such national standards as common practice in chapters 60, 61, 125, State Board of Education is in support of LD 1935. A healthy physical environment is essential to providing the best quality educational experience and to the general health of our youth, and I might say staff. We urge you to support LD 1935. I'd be happy to answer any questions or to be available during work session.
Thank you, Mr. Geiger. Good to see you here today. Are there any questions for Mr. Geiger? Again, thank you. And it'd be great if you could be at the work session. I'm not sure at this particular point that we'll have questions, but thank you for all your work and your availability. We appreciate it. And your long commitment to the State Board of Education.
Thank you.
At this point, we will move to, that's our total proponents of the bill. There are no opponents of the bill, and we will now move to neither for nor against, and we have Scott Brown from the Department of Education.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Scott Brown. I'm the Director of School Facilities and Transportation Program, and I am here today representing the department, speaking neither for nor against LD 1935, resolve regarding legislative review of portions of Chapter 60, new school siting approval, portions of Chapter 61, State Board of Education rules for major capital school construction projects, and portions of Chapter 125, basic school approval standards, public school and school administrative units, major substantive rules for the Department of Education. After the passage of LD 705, resolved to improve air quality and ventilation in Maine's public schools, last session, members of the Department of Education's legislative team worked with leadership of the State Board of Education in drafting the language for the 3 chapters listed in 705. The proposed rule change is aligned with the ventilation requirements of the Maine Uniform Building and Energy Code, MUBEC. MUBEC has adopted the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, ASHRAE, Standard 62.1 2016 as their mandatory and current ventilation code for new construction and renovation. And if these proposed rules are adopted, these standards will apply to existing learning spaces in all Maine public schools. The department strongly supports improving air quality in Maine schools, but would like to express 2 concerns for consideration as the committee works to move the bill forward. First, we raise the question of the bill's content and relevance as related to Chapter 60, new school siting approval. Chapter 60 is very specific in the planning considerations for new school siting, including locally designated growth areas, wetland ledge infrastructure. Building codes or technical information are not part of this rule and do not appear applicable. Second, we maintain concern about the cost burden placed on local school units to fully implement and comply with the proposed requirements of this bill. Many times a ventilation upgrade project requires improvements such as electrical or structural upgrades, environmental abatement, or unnecessary retrofits, or necessary retrofits, excuse me. The school district may incur higher operational maintenance costs as a result of the ventilation project. For these reasons, the Department of Education is neither for nor against LD 1935 resolve regarding legislative review of Chapter 60, new school siting approval, portions of Chapter 61, State Board of Education rules for major capital school construction projects, and portion of Chapter 125, basic school approval standards, public school administrative units, major substantive rules of the Department of Education, State Board of Education. I would be happy to answer any questions the committee may have, and I will make myself available for the work session on the bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Thank you for being here. Are there questions for Mr. Brown? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for being here today. My question is around the use of COVID relief federal funding and how that might be a partial alleviation of the financial concerns you raise, please. If you could discuss that at the work session, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. And similar to Representative Dodge, Mr. Brown, will you and Mr. Geiger be able to resolve the other issue you mentioned between now and work session?
Chapter 60?
Well, there was the issue about the Chapter 16.
Yes, I certainly can communicate with Mr. Geiger on that. Chapter 60 is new school siting. It's up to the committee. There was an interest in including it in that rule when the last bill passed. So we've gone along with that. But I just wanted to point that out to the committee that Chapter 60 is around new school siting. It doesn't have electrical or other ventilation or other technical requirements. I'm not sure anyone would go there to look for that, but I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Okay. Well, if you could have a discussion with Mr. Geiger between now and the work session, that would be helpful. Any other questions for members of the committee? Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the result, in LD 705, the resolve, there was a time frame of saying that the rules would not be, the standards must not apply any earlier than July 2022 and no later than 2026. I'm not seeing any dates reflective of that. So for the work session, if Mr. Geiger and the board could get back to us as to how they see that working, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
All right. I dare say that we're finished for today. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I close the public hearing or, okay. So I will officially close the public hearing on LD 1935. And again, the work session will be scheduled for next week. Ms. Resler.
I have the very briefest of language reviews if we could do that today.
How brief is brief? Or what are we?
You actually got it last week. It's the majority report on LD 1816, which was Speaker Fecto's bill on the UMS Labor Center.
Okay. So if you want to do that very quickly.
So as I said, really brief. So this is, there were just some minor amendments to the bill that were proposed by Speaker Fecto and that the majority of the committee voted to move forward with. It simply clarifies that it's the Board of Trustees of the University of Maine system that is required to actually establish the Labor Center, and that the amendment also requires the center to work collaboratively with the provost as well as the president of USM in the integration of the university curricula and faculty into the education, consistent with any applicable policies and collective bargaining agreements of the Board of Trustees. I know this is one of those amendments. It's a little tough to read because it's just inserting those little bits in the line, but the summary pretty clearly lays out what the amendment is doing. And then the fiscal note simply reflects the original appropriations that were in the original bill.
Okay. So are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much. And that's it. That's it. Right?
I promise.
All right. So we are done for the day. We're starting tomorrow at 9:30 with public hearings, and there will be a very brief Democratic caucus after we are done today with the Education Committee. Very brief. Any other, Representative Stearns, did you have anything? Well, again, thank you everybody for your perseverance. Substantive rules are always tough, and they're even more difficult when you have a big bill that people have different opinions about. And we certainly had that on the teacher certification. And it's good to have so many people on the committee that have had backgrounds in teacher certification. So we do have some thoughts and expertise on it at the same time. So we'll see everybody